Hello, 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 everybody. How are we all doing? We are doing good, yes. We are having fun time, having good time. We shall find out shortly if people have good time. Yeah. Okay. Is anybody even here? Is anybody even here? Blah 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 blah. Gonna be watching these primary election results. Should be starting to come in very soon. Voting just ended. So we'll be seeing very soon how things go. Let's see about this ceasefire.
Go on Facebook. 31% yes, 69% no.
What's going on? Yeah.
And real quick, Twitch.
Interesting. Hopefully it holds.
65% yes on Twitch, 65% no on Twitch, 35% yes.
It'll be nice if it holds.
It's quite close on Twitch and YouTube. 35% yes on Twitch, 31% yes on YouTube.
Quite nice if it holds.
Right,
I do definitely wonder what it'll mean for the future in the region.
Yeah, I gotta eat soon, so I'm gonna wrap up these polls, and I am going to just check something else.
Ceasefire will begin while I'm streaming. It's going to be an eventful night. We're also going to get election results from New York while I'm streaming. Gonna be a busy night.
Hold on a second here. Hold on.
Why are we holding on?
Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Look at this from the foreign minister. Look at this from the foreign minister. What did he have to say? He said, the military operations of our powerful armed forces to punish Israel for its aggression continued until the very last minute at 4 a.m.
Okay.
Together with all Iranians, I thank our brave armed forces who remain ready to defend our dear country until their last drop of blood, and who responded to any attack by the enemy until the very last minute. So he seems to be saying ceasefire. Breaking news: the foreign minister of Iran seems to be saying that's it. He's saying that's it. He's saying that. I don't know if we have anything from Israel.
Wait a minute. Why is this?
I don't know if we have anything from Israel yet on that, but he is saying it. He is saying they're done. By the way, the president is scheduled to go to leave for The Hague, Netherlands tomorrow.
So he is going to The Hague. I have a friend who lives there.
The president's schedule currently
just talking to her
includes
today.
him leaving for the Netherlands tomorrow. So maybe that gives you confidence that the ceasefire will hold.
We'll see.
Okay, just so you know.
Who's here? Who's here watching? I see 14 of you. Who's going to speak up? Who's going to say hello?
I know it was I know it might have been planned in advance, but my point is it's still on his schedule. So I think if they didn't think there was going to be a ceasefire and he was going to be there working on this all day, they might not go. But he is scheduled to leave at 6 a.m., leave the White House. All right, hang on a moment. Let me just see if I see anything else for the moment. But that seems like important news, right? We might have
Indeed.
reached an end. I don't know.
Quite important news.
It seems like a ceasefire, while not officially, may have in practice come into effect.
Okay.
Yeah. Iranian foreign minister, ceasefire has begun. I mean, that's what he's saying. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I agree that that's what he's saying. Nothing from Israel. I don't know that we have
It's
anything from
tense.
Israel official on this.
Israel's probably going to do bombing right up until the time their ceasefire starts, I would imagine. That seems like the way they would handle this. Still going to be hitting ballistic missile targets. The real question is, right, did the nuclear sites get... Because there's all of this stuff in the air. It's all up in the air. As to whether or not the...
I got it. My food is done,
you know,
so I got to go
these,
eat a second. Valhalla, thank you.
nuclear sites
Guys, I want to say
were
this
properly
again.
hit.
There have been reports in Iraq of possible attacks on a couple of bases there.
I thought I heard the Iraq
understanding
ones.
Is those are not American bases. I believe they are Iraqi bases, perhaps former American bases or former coalition bases that have been turned over to Iraq. But again, my best understanding is that no American base in Iraq has been attacked, and the bases mentioned in these reports are Iraqi bases. Because I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat about it. All right, that being said, thank you to SkiB50 for your support. Thank you, Stream Junkie. Thanks a lot. Who says, are we going to have to deal with Iran and nukes in 10 years when this happens again? Thank you, Valhalla, for your support. I really appreciate it. Andy Gillies and CB. LA Captain. World Peace. Sue Shelton. I wish I was home. Googly Bear. Thank you. If I hear anything else about Iraq, I'll let you know. I have heard nothing at all that I would consider reliable to suggest that American interests in Iraq have been attacked.
Yeah, I haven't heard that either. What about you, Mika? Ooh, she's out. Out cold.
I wish I had a statement from Israel to give you, but I don't have an official Israel
They
statement.
haven't said anything
Hey,
yet.
thanks, Kevin O'Brien. That's really kind of you. Thanks, Kevin. All right. So what I'm going to do is Uh,
What are you gonna do, buddy?
I'm going to. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. And then I'm going to put this on the screen, and then I'm going to go eat something. And then if I see a big update, I'll come back in and update you. But I got to eat. I just have to. I have to eat. Nope. Yes. Oh, I didn't mean to get. I seem to have gotten Billy Joe Drage's comment on there. Let's do it this way. Here we go. That's better. Okay, there's
I got this watermark for my YouTube stream because it's covering my face.
I will put, Steve is eating. He'll be back after. I took off the countdown clock because it kind of seems like that the ceasefire has started now. So I don't want it to be confusing. I'm confused about the whole thing. So I don't want it to be confusing while I'm gone. Steve is eating. He'll be back after.
Oh. We're trying to watch.
Kind of a mess on screen right now, but what can you do? I will keep an eye on things while I am eating. I will keep an eye on things while I am eating. Okay. If there's some huge development, I will come in and update.
Of the watermark on my live videos. Let me see. Hey, it did. Sweet. Now YouTube people can see my face. How lovely is that? Damn. There ain't nobody here right now.
All right. Hang tight. I'm going to eat. If there's some huge while I'm eating, I'll run in here. Otherwise, I'll see you after I eat. Okay?
Well,
I will be back.
I'm taking off from there. What else we got? What else we got going on? Let's go. It's game time. What do I want to watch? While I wait for you motherfuckers to get up on in here. Oh, Bad Empanadas being retarded. Not surprising. Boring. You know what? I wanted Loner to watch something about this, but he didn't end up doing it. One cool video about the B-21. Learn about the B-21. Fucking infographic show. Ugh. Their goofy graphics.
It's the world's first sixth-generation aircraft, a remarkable feat of engineering and manufacturing that promises to strike any target anywhere in the world. It's the B-21 Raider, and on December 2nd, 2022, the United States officially revealed its next strategic bomber to the world. On November 23rd, 1988, the United States Air Force officially revealed the world's first stealth bomber. While the F-117 had already been flying for years prior to this, the B-2 was a seismic shift in aircraft design and capability. This bomber cut an impressive and intimidating figure as it rolled out of its classified hangar. Unlike the F-117, the B-2 was a sleek, almost organic-looking aircraft with a fraction of the radar return of the Nighthawk. Its advanced radar-deflecting design made possible by dramatic improvements in computing. Advances in radar-absorbing materials also made the B-2 significantly stealthier than the F-117, and thanks to a tailless design, its classified radar cross-section is known to be smaller than even the younger, more agile F-22. At its official reveal ceremony, Air Force Secretary Edward C. Aldridge Jr. commented, "We are not just rolling out America's newest strategic bomber, we're ushering in a new age of strategic deterrence." The B-2 was an aircraft built specifically to fight the most terrible of wars, an airplane designed for the apocalypse itself, with a mission to penetrate deep into Soviet territory and destroy Soviet nuclear missiles and command posts before they could be fired at the United States and its allies. In the words of Secretary Aldridge, "It is America's enduring hope and prayer that this magnificent aircraft will never fly in anger." The B-2 would, in fact, fly in anger, though thankfully it never undertook the very mission it was designed for. Now, nearly 40 years later, the B-2 is passing the torch, but the B-21 isn't just an upgrade from the venerable B-2 stealth bomber, an aircraft that remains in a league completely of its own. It's a seismic shift in air power. Details on the B-21 are highly classified, but some capabilities of the aircraft are known or can be extrapolated from analysis of Air Force requests over the years as the B-21 took shape. The name Raider comes from the famous Doolittle raid in World War II. Shortly after the attack on Pearl Harbor, the United States was rallying for war, but morale was severely impacted by the stunning surprise attack that crippled the Pacific Fleet. In order to raise fighting spirits, the United States launched a top-secret raid against Japan itself. The raid was fraught with incredible risk, and there were many that opposed it from conception. It required 16 B-25 Mitchell medium bombers to be retrofitted for launch from an aircraft carrier, meaning that a great deal of their self-defense equipment and other pieces of hardware had to be scrapped. to make the planes light enough to launch from the limited deck space. The planes would in effect be almost defenseless against Japanese fighters and carry only a small payload, a purely symbolic gesture that would have no effect on Japan's warfighting capability. But the greatest risk was the loss of the USS Hornet, one of the Navy's few aircraft carriers and a critically needed resource to defend against further Japanese attacks in the Pacific. In order to get close enough to launch the 16 bombers, the Hornet would have to get very close to the Japanese islands, putting the entire task force at
what you got going
risk.
on?
However, despite
Anything you want to talk about?
Moderate damage in Tokyo and the surrounding areas, the Doolittle raid caused U.S. fighting spirit to soar, while demoralizing Japanese citizens who realized the U.S. Navy could hold their home islands at threat. The B-21 Raider takes inspiration from the Doolittle raid in one specific area: the ability to hold any target anywhere in the world at threat. And at its unveiling ceremony, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd J. Austin hinted at one of the B-21's most significant capabilities. While the B-2 remains a daunting threat to any nation's air defense network, it has one glaring Achilles heel. The B-21 is set to change all that.
What?
Logistical support to penetrate deep in enemy territory. Its unfueled range is just over 6,000 nautical miles, likely less than that when it's loaded with heavy ordnance. This is fine for penetrating into Soviet airspace over the North Pole from bases in Alaska, but a significant problem for America's biggest modern strategic challenge: deterring Chinese aggression in the South Pacific. In defense of Taiwan, the United States would have to fly the B-2 from airfields well outside the range of Chinese ballistic missiles. Airfields in Japan and South Korea are all under threat from Chinese short and medium-range ballistic missiles, while Guam is under threat from China's longest-range ballistic missiles. Realistically, the B-2 would be able to fly from friendly airfields in Australia, or more likely, the continental U.S. itself. This is not unprecedented, as the B-2 undertook many bombing missions against Iraq's military from inside the continental U.S. in the past. But herein lies the B-2's vulnerability. The aircraft requires in-air refueling to accomplish these tasks. While the U.S. Air Force is well equipped for the mission, with the largest tanker fleet in the world, the tankers themselves are a dead giveaway to any enemy with long-range detection capabilities. While the B-2 may be extremely difficult to spot on radar, its tanker supports are not. And a sophisticated opponent such as China could likely predict the general flight path of a B-2 with careful monitoring of U.S. tankers in case of
apparently not Iran, though.
of war. The B-21 is set to change all that. While giving no specific details on range or capabilities, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin specifically mentioned at the reveal ceremony that the B-21 can hold any target anywhere in the world at threat with no logistical support. This is a significant capability and strongly hints that the B-21 will be able to fly from safe U.S. airfields far outside the range of enemy ballistic missiles to strike at targets without giving up its presence by requiring direct tanker support en route. It's believed the aircraft will achieve this incredible capability by fielding much better engines than its predecessor, with specific comments by Secretary Austin that the B-21's engines were extremely efficient. This would go in hand with reports over the last 5 years that the B-21 was having setbacks due to engine design, with manufacturer Pratt & Whitney raising specific issues with the design team or air intake. In order to maximize stealth and defeat enemy infrared weapons and sensors, stealth bombers place their air intakes on the dorsal side of the aircraft rather than the ventral like a traditional aircraft. The engine cowlings themselves also need to be very specifically designed to minimize any possibility of radar waves being bounced off and back to the receiver. Indeed, if you look at the intakes of the engines on the B-21, you can see just how much smaller they are in comparison to the B-2. But stealth means less airflow, which means less efficiency, and this becomes a critical concern when the aircraft is believed to fly in excess of 60,000 feet. Flying an estimated 10,000 feet higher than the B-2 makes the B-21 harder to spot, harder for missiles to maneuver for a hit, and more efficient to fly, as it experiences much less air resistance due to the thinning atmosphere, which in turn means a much greater range. But a thin atmosphere also means less oxygen for combustion, which normally necessitates larger air intakes. How the B-21
Yeah, the B-2 is like one of the famous things about the B-2 is it flies notoriously slow. So it has to fly extra high and be extra stealthy. And it flies for a really long time. So they've got like a little bathroom and shit in there. They really did it this time. They really let the clowns out of the circus with this one. What are we talking about? Wait, what are we talking about, Cryptic? Also, hey, bud. What happened? You're not talking about the New York primary. I don't see the results yet. What did I miss, Cryptic? Oh, the B-2 bombing or sense this cute animated bomb girl. Oh, yeah. I love the B-2. The Spirit, beautiful plane. Not my favorite plane of all time, actually. Play a little, like, 20 questions to try to figure out what my favorite plane is.
Managed to solve this paradox remains unknown, but the U.S. Secretary of Defense was confident in boldly proclaiming the B-21 would be able to hit anywhere in the world without obvious logistical support. What this likely translates to is that the B-21 will indeed be able to strike targets from airfields outside the range of China's ballistic missiles, but will likely need to link up with a tanker on the leg back home, at which point the mission will be accomplished so stealth is no longer important. Speaking of stealth, the B-21 is set to change the stealth game as we know it. Here details are so classified that if we knew specifics, our challenge guy's next challenge would be surviving Guantanamo Bay. However, while the US will likely never reveal any details on the B-21 stealth features, indeed, in nearly 40 years, it hasn't shared so much as a sentence on the B-2's own characteristics. What we do know is that the new bomber enjoys almost 4 decades of advancements in material science and computing over the B-2. The stealth coating on the skin of America's stealth aircraft have all been evolving over the years. Not content with the progress they've made so far, U.S. defense firms have continued to advance material science to provide ever more capable stealth coatings for
20
U.S.
questions
fleets.
to try to figure out what my
The B-2 of today is significantly stealthier than when it first took flight, but without rebuilding each.
We'll have a little fun. I'm a big fucking avionics nerd, by the way. I don't know if you guys knew that about me, but I am like, child autistic level about planes and space and stuff.
Airframe from scratch, its fundamental upper limit on stealth capabilities has a hard ceiling due to the very materials it's built from and how they're manufactured. It's believed that today's stealth materials on the B-2 can absorb up to 90% of electromagnetic energy, and the B-21 might be able to surpass that. Secretary of Defense Austin was confident in the B-21 stealth, remarking that even the most sophisticated air defense systems would struggle to threaten the Raider. However, they may not have to if the aircraft is simply too expensive to even fly more than select missions. And this might just be the most revolutionary feature of the B-21. It is cheap. Well, cheap compared to the B-2. The U.S. military has refused to comment on the cost of the B-21 as it prepares to begin procurement starting in the mid-2020s. However, the aircraft has a must-not-exceed price of around $600 million, meaning the Air Force has set a very hard limit.
It was going to be like around $700 million a piece, though.
By comparison, after adjusting for inflation and R&D, the B-2 today would cost a whopping $4 billion per airframe. A lot of capability for an absolutely insane price. Like the B-2, the U.S. Air Force plans to buy over 100 of these aircraft. However, unlike the B-2, the Air Force actually means it this time. The B-2, like the F-22, was a victim of its own success. The aircraft was so capable that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, there was simply no need for it. Thus, the Air Force slashed its order down to just
That's kind of how we feel about the F-22, right? Because it's so fucking badass, but like, it's so badass we kind of don't need it because nobody else is even near as badass. Things being slow might be good things. Seems like the conflict might maybe wind down. We find out in the next 24 hours. Yeah, I meant for my stream though. Like, there's not a lot of people in today. Slow start. Yeah, the conflict being slow is fine, right? Which is like, where nothing ever happening, which is kind of what we expected. Gestures Bigly. Let me tell you, the B-2. Now, let me tell you, the B-2, not my first choice. They got the job done. My favorite is the F-35. They told me, Donald, the plane is invisible. You can stand by it, and you don't even see it. You can't see it, quite frankly. There's no way his favorite plane is the F-35 and not the F-47.
Under 24 airframes. Today, though, the threat of war with China in the Pacific is not just likely, but almost certain, and the U.S. once more has a great need for a large fleet of very sophisticated aircraft. China has adopted a strategic doctrine of anti-access area denial, with the express purpose of not defeating the U.S. military, but simply making the cost to operate within the sphere of China's regional strategic goals too high to bear.
Off, bugs.
Legacy bombers such
all right,
as the
my little
B-52
defense
and
system's
B-1
finally
Lancer
working.
are
Well, the
simply
Glaze
too vulnerable to
47
Chinese
wasn't
air
public then.
defenses,
That's true.
and America's fleet of B-2s are
That's
too
true.
few in number to effectively deter China.
Daniel,
That's why
did you
the
see
US
my
Air Force
DMs?
wants a significant quantity
I've been like DMing you all day, you motherfucker. Why don't you open your Discord? Jesus Christ.
of B-21s, at least 100 of them, in order to create a credible deterrent. Purchasing the aircraft in such a large quantity will make the B-21 far more affordable.
Well, God, I'm sorry. Not all of us have a fucking life, okay? I've been battling these motherfuckers all day by myself. Okay? You know, I appreciate a little bit of backup. Know what I'm saying?
Than the B-2 ever was, allowing for economy of scale to kick in. For anyone unfamiliar with the concept, economy of scale means it's cheaper to build large amounts of a good rather than small quantities, as production processes
Wait,
become
what?
more
You
refined
have
and
a BB impression? Oh, I don't know if I can do that off the top of my head. We are attacking Iran today. Nope. I'm going to have to listen to him more. Plus, we all know the best impression on the internet is Hagari Box. We all know that's the best impression on the internet.
efficient over time, and development
Oh my God, she's twitching. She's dreaming right now. It's so cute.
costs are spread out over a large number of purchases. This was the original dream of the B-2, until the Soviet Union made the mistake of allowing its Eastern Bloc allies to start wearing Levi jeans and watch.
Did you just have a bit of a minor stroke there, Daniel? They need to bring him back for the memes. I agree, they need to bring him back for the memes. I do. But that was not a sentence. Did we actually get a Ceasefire? First of all, hello, Casper. It looks like it. Yeah. Iran just did a post. Let me show you. General Kenobi. Okay, wait a minute. Now I'm getting conflicting info. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, here's what I know. Trump says there was a ceasefire. We got a post. Hang on. God, it's all over the place. Because I saw a post from an Iranian minister being like, you know, the bravery of our soldiers up until the last minute of the end of this war. But then we have ceasefire. Iran's UN mission declines to comment on Trump announcement. Iranian missile strikes residential area in Tel Aviv. But I don't think the ceasefire had started then. The supreme leader, Iranian nation isn't a nation that surrenders. But that was before they announced the ceasefire. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know at this point. All I know is that when Israel makes an announcement, it better be Daniel Hagari making the announcement, or I'm gonna throw a fit. Okay, I'm gonna throw a fit. I need my Hagari box.
Watch Knight Rider, leading to the...
So how's everybody's Monday going? How's everybody doing? Cryptic, Daniel, Casper? And then I want to play 20 questions because I want you guys to guess what my favorite plane is because I'm an autistic child. Also, please get off your phone driving. They pass a no-touching law for phones when you're driving or they can pull you over. Don't they have no-touching laws in general? Like, aren't you supposed to have consent for that?
The entire communist experiment collapsing in on itself a few years later. The B-2 is an absolute princess, costing the U.S. Air Force a truly criminal amount of money to operate and maintain. The aircraft is so delicate that it needs its own specialized air-conditioned hangar when deployed outside the United States. And while details remain classified, it's believed that just to get it off the ground, the U.S. Air Force has to give it the "you is kind, you is important" speech from the help. The B-21 is designed to be far more robust and capable, with Secretary Austin promising that the aircraft is the most maintainable bomber ever built. U.S. Air Force mechanics would be right to be skeptical of the claim, as stealth aircraft are notoriously delicate and require intensive and costly maintenance to operate.
Browsing
this is
the news
largely
feeds.
due to the special stealth coating, with current stealth fighters limited to only short supersonic sprints under threat of burning off their stealth coatings. Advancements in stealth coatings, though, make the B-21 much more robust. And indeed, there are rumors of a brand new stealth coating developed recently that is not only cheap,
put the phone down until you get back, but let us know
even when deployed in austere conditions.
When
the
you're not driving
B-21's
anymore.
greatest strength, however, might come from its adaptability. Starting in the early 2000s, the United States military identified a key deficiency in its weapons acquisitions programs. Simply put, technology was evolving so fast that by the time a weapon system went from initial proposal to operational status, a process that could take decades for things such as aircraft, many of the elements of said weapon system would be obsolete or significantly behind current tech. This would leave U.S. forces vulnerable to enemy systems more recently acquired than its own, and is a fundamental reason why the F-22 is being retired so early. To solve this problem, the U.S. adopted an open architecture design philosophy, which meant that future combat systems would need to be designed in a way that individual components could be replaced over the system's lifetime. The F-22, for example, has many avionics that are quickly falling behind, but due to the way the aircraft was designed, it's either impossible or simply too expensive to replace them with modern systems.
That's so sad. That's so sad because the F-22 is still so badass and it can still kick everybody else's ass in the sky, but like dogfights just aren't like a real thing that happen much anymore. My grandma had to get her nasal gastric feeding tube replaced at the hospital, but she's back home as of 3 hours ago and doing better. Holy shit! Daniel's grandma. I'm glad she's feeling better, bud. My goodness. Oi gewalt, as your grandmother might say.
This problem by being built from the ground up with open architecture in mind, allowing the stealth bomber to remain extremely relevant for decades to come and overcoming a huge limiting factor of the current B-2 bomber. This is not the only modern warfighting doctrine that the B-21 was built to adopt, however. To combat future threats,
yeah, I mean, like, and we just, like, not enough wars, bro. We need more wars so we can let it get, so we can let it loose. You know? Free the F-22. Let's fight somebody. This Iran, it was so dinky, right? We didn't even get anything out of it. B-2s? Those are old. We didn't get to have any fun.
The U.S. has evolved its Cold War-era air-land battle doctrine to
more dildos, get back to your silicon factory. Hey, Ryan, how's it going, buddy?
Battle doctrine combined air assets with ground forces to conduct deep, penetrating strikes directly at the enemy's rear area.
Right as you said, more dildos, he said deep penetrating strikes. Who the fuck is Ryan? Okay. Blah, blah, blah. I really wish Biden had given more surpluses of F-16s and A-10s being retired to Ukraine. I'm all-knowing, but I don't know him. Let's see. Do we have any results yet? Still nothing. We're waiting. What do you guys think of Mamdani? Like, I would rather a moderate Dem, but aside from, like, his hate boner for Israel, he wouldn't be, like, the worst dude, I think. Maybe I'm just coping a little bit because he looks like he's doing really well in the polls.
And command posts, throwing the enemy forces.
Mind you, he's only winning in one, but still I'm nervous. Remember, the dildo of consequences rarely arrives lubed. Stop edging us. Make some Ayatollah stores with J-dams. No, we can't use J-dams anymore, Daniel. Listen, legend has it, okay, an Arab can hear a J-dam from 300 miles away. And legend has it, a Turk can hear it from 400 miles away. And legend has it, a half Turk, half whitey can hear it from 1,000 miles away. Also, come on, bud. What are you doing? We just started. We just fucking started. I'm so happy you're here. Do you care if I say your name, or should I not say your name? It's like unrendered fat. Hi, Grace! It's like unrendered fat. You really shouldn't have it, and it's only a result of improper preparation. That's why they're hashtag winning. Because they're delicious, okay? Everybody say hi to Grace. And say hi to not Ryan, apparently. Which is Ryan. We need dubs and claps in chat, guys. Dubs and applause in chat. We've got my best friend and his lovely lady in chat. They're both awesome.
Into disarray, which could be exploited by aggressive ground forces. Designed to counter Soviet doctrine of fielding overwhelming numbers, air-land battle exploited the heavy...
Seriously, these two couples goals right here. They're awesome. I finally went and visited them in the AI graphics show. Nice. I wanted like a better one, but there's no fucking footage of the B-21, right? It's so good. It's so stealth. It's actually invisible. Okay. But yeah, I wanted a VO3. Who's this? Who's this VO3? Who's this? Oh, smart video. Cool. Tons of Iran footage. Oh. of downed F-35s and B-2s and... Hey, I guess for now though, there's no more like AI slop propaganda for a while, at least, if this ceasefire holds. If it holds, we'll see.
Down command structure of the Soviet Union to sever units from higher command, and proved to be one of the most decisive military doctrines in history when the U.S. military and its partners dismembered Iraq's massive military in Desert Storm at a truly negligible cost to friendly forces. All-domain battle is the natural evolution of
Bro, America. Fucking America. Let's go! Sorry, getting a little patriotic. Pardon me, mods, but how do I make Jordan give his perfect child a Treato? Grace, for you, all you have to do is ask for it. Oh, she heard you. She jumped up. Come on, baby girl. Come on, baby girl. Come and say, oh, you want some pets, huh? She nudged my hand with her snout. It was very cute. Hello. Okay, you ready? Oh boy. Can you say hi? Say hi. No, that was a whisper. Say hi. Good girl. Good girl. You want another one? You want another one? Give me that paw. That's a good paw. Okay, you ready? Let's balance that on your nose. Okay. Oh. Good girl. Ready? Let's see if we can catch this one. Are you ready? Good catch. She's so good at it. Hey, guys. We got spam in the chat. Spam in the chat. Let's go. Mika, go ahead. I love how he's like verified quick streamer with 14.1k followers, but he doesn't have the actual check mark. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Hello, not spam. I can help you with your efforts to be more human. $12.99 a month. Nice. Oh my goodness.
Battle and proposes that the U.S. forces operate across all domains simultaneously to create conundrums for the enemy and exploit the opportunities they present.
Guys, one fun thing we do. 4 easy payments of $99.95. Just 4 easy payments of $99.95. One hell of a bargain. So if you see there's like these little green little bubbles right next to your chat box, if you click on that, the more time you spend in chat, the more time you spend talking, you build up chat points, and you can use those chat points to redeem little rewards. So we have a few there right now. Over time, we get suggestions. We might add some more. But that's how normally they get Meek on camera and get me to do goofy shit.
Across land, air, sea, subsea, space, and cyberspace, enemy forces are forced to defend against all domains simultaneously, likely leading to defeats in at least one, which can be quickly and savagely exploited. The B-21 is designed to seamlessly integrate into future battle plans by being a multi-role platform, a capability which no previous bomber has ever matched. Not only is the B-21 capable of performing strategic bombing in heavily contested battle spaces, but the aircraft can also be used as an intelligence gathering platform to create a more robust battle network.
What game is this? This is Factorio, and it's amazing. Good old automation game. This is a straight up TISM game. This engages the TISM.
One can also act as a battle management tool, creating resiliency for U.S. forces as U.S. assets are increasingly attrited in combat operations. The bomber will even be able to guide other aircraft or ground force weapons to their targets, essentially acting like a forward observer from behind enemy lines, a daunting proposition for any adversary. The Raider also has the capability of integrating directly with allied forces, meaning that it won't just be guiding U.S. weapons to targets, but those of its allies and partners as well. This is a truly formidable capability, given that the true strength of the United States military is not its own might, but the fact that no matter where in the world it fights, it's going to bring a lot more friends to that fight than any adversary.
Well, at least it used to be that way. It's questionable if that's still the case. Oh, shit.
Those forces, however, has always been a challenge, and the B-21 promises to not just be lethal on its own, but greatly enhance the lethality of America's allies and partners. Like in 1988,
it's the fact you have that plus the infographic show, Ultra TISM fuel.
Never fly in anchor. The greatest value that the United States could gain from this astonishing feat of engineering is not the destruction it can wreak on enemy forces, but preventing a conflict from ever arising in the first place. In the words of Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, we are again making it plain to any potential foe, the risks and costs of aggression far outweigh any conceivable gain. Now go check out why does the B-2 stealth bomber cost $2 billion?
I thought it was $1 billion, not $2 billion. It's your cool drink you have nearby. I'm willing to bet you have a fun one and one to hydrate. It's not anything special. It's just a zero sugar monster. And then if I get like thirsty for water, I have liquid death in the fridge. It's a bottle of piss. It's a straight bottle of piss. Well, you know what? What were you expecting? Like prime energy? That would have been an even more basic white boy answer. I don't know. I like the taste. I like the way it tastes. It tastes good. I like it. I don't know what else to say. It's tasty. Because it's sterile and you like the taste. Tase? Ooh, no. Oh, buddy, I don't make the rules. I just follow them, my dog. That's a shame. That's a shame. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Hennis! What's up, buddy?
Hey, Jordan.
How's it going?
I'm finally almost done with my obsessive modding.
Of Skyrim?
I'm trying to install most of the mods that I had before, but I'm trying to be more restrictive because I kind of got carried away
Sure.
last time. I was a little too obsessive, so I'm trying to restrict myself a little bit more, but
did you end up like fucking the game up? Like
I ended up fucking a particular mod up, which is why I'm saving this mod for last, so I can get rid of it without fucking up the entire game. But it didn't really like break the game. It just broke immersion, as in like they would just so like there was one playthrough where like I just beat people up for no reason, and like and like I had this mod called like Skyrim Reputation, and when you have and that made your reputation more of like a brute, so people would be scared of you. But whenever I would start a new game, they would still they would still react to me as if like I was in that as if I had that reputation, even if I didn't. It was almost like the
you play with
reputation
a
I had for one
ridiculous amount of mods,
playthrough
though.
would just save throughout all the playthroughs for some reason, and it's not supposed to do that. So
How many mods did you end up with?
it had to have been over 1,000. I don't know how much more though.
Christ.
Probably not too much more.
That's insane.
But yeah, I mean, they were all able to work well, and that technically wasn't even a game breaking glitch. It was just immensely immersive breaking glitch.
God damn, dude. I guess, what is it, loot that makes sure all your mods work together?
Loot is a good tool. It's not the only one that you should use though. What loot is good for in particular is like sending you notifications for like for example, there's a patch for this mod and the other mod that
What's the one that's
you
good for?
had.
Because there was like two. There's like two mod checkers and organizers, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on what on your I don't know what your your mod manager where you like download mods to like for
So,
example, I have
real quick,
I
let
have
me just answer so they can chat. So, Grace, he's well. I don't know. Wait, Thanos, do you make mods as well? Or do you just create builds for your games that are like insanely big?
both, although way more of builder than I am a maker, but
Mm-hmm.
I am I have a couple years ago I recently surpassed minimum threshold to be considered uh what's the title called?
Verified.
Yeah, something like that, like a verified mod author that gives
Right.
you some perks where I don't have to like I think I don't have to watch ads before um or there's no wait time or something like that
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
when trying to install mods, because usually you'd have to either like watch an ad or like wait 10 seconds before it would register, but it like you get a that time saving bonus if your account is a registered mod author.
So, question for you from chat. Hey, Mr. Modding Man, what got you into starting the mod work? Was it curiosity, or did you have a particular project in mind when you started? And then she continued after what you said. Hey, way to go, dude. That's really cool. Getting to bypass all the pleb stuff to just be able to do all the dev stuff is such a beautiful thing. It is indeed.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. So I mean I'm going back into it now to like to help with my Spanish. I did the I download the Spanish build of Skyrim. Whereas like when
Yeah,
I
that's
played it
right.
the
You told
last
me
time,
that.
I didn't understand uh I don't really think I understood much Spanish at all. Last time I played it a couple years ago.
And now you're learning. Pretty soon, I'm gonna hear you swearing like a native speaker. It's gonna be beautiful.
I mean, like as I said to you in DMs, I already know like some like certain Spanish slurs, but I'm not gonna say them on stream.
Yeah, but there's a difference between like knowing the words and being able to like free flow with them, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
where
And I mean,
we
I
gotta
can do
get you.
that to some extent, but
Yeah.
when like speaking in multiple sentences, not very well. I'd have to start talking slower if I were to do that. I can't I can't talk completely fluidly like I am in English right now.
When are you gonna stream my Mr. President mod? Ugh. I guess soon. I can't. I'm so bored of Minecraft now, but we'll do it soon. I promise. I won't make you wait forever.
But yeah, now what Skyrim has now that didn't have a couple years back when I was more active the last time is like they have mod packs now. I know that Minecraft have had those forever, but
Yeah,
that's a relatively new thing
for
for
Skyrim.
Skyrim, and that's really helpful for people who don't have all the technical skill with how to work this software, as well as like the patience to do so with
Sure.
several hundred mods.
Right. Of course. Yeah, I've used like also like Nexus has like collections and shit, which makes things a lot easier too.
Yeah, that's what they call their that's what they call them.
Yeah. So that's a Nexus feature though, not a Skyrim feature, I think.
Well, but
Which is
that
nice.
includes but not limits to
Oh, it's just at
Skyrim
any
on.
game. No, yeah, it's just any game on that's on Nexus.
Yeah,
What made you want to
I'm just
mod
speaking over people
specifically
for
in that
Skyrim because
game?
that's the only game that I really know well that's
Uh, what
available on Net.
what made you want to mod specifically in that game as opposed to another one? Nostalgia or the tools that you were playing with were geared better for it?
Oh well, I guess you don't know because you wouldn't be asking that. But for one thing that Skyrim has that no other game has, or at least to the extent that it has, is in it. Skyrim has got to have the biggest modding community out there.
One of them for
I
sure.
mean, I mean, like there's this one project called Beyond Skyrim, and it's super ambitious. It's like they're trying to like do all like all the con continents that take place during the events of Skyrim, and they've already released Sky Wind and Sky Oblivion, which is Oblivion and Morrowind, but on the Skyrim engine.
Oh, that's actually pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. So they came out with their own Oblivion remastered before the official Oblivion remastered actually came out.
That's pretty fucking cool. Ooh, here we go. Finally have enough firepower to clear these fuckers out from right here. There's another base down below.
What are you playing?
A little harder. Factorio. Are there any specific game mechanics that you're looking to work with specifically that someone else hasn't already tinkered with? Or are you more so looking to create a new type of gameplay with it, or are we going for overall building work?
Is that question for me?
Yeah, no, I'm not the one who's doing modding.
Oh, I didn't know this was still mod. Sorry, could you say the question one more time?
Are there any specific game mechanics that you're looking to work with specifically that someone else hasn't already tinkered with, or are you more so looking to create a new type of gameplay with it, or are we going for the overall building work?
So, I mean, the vast majority of what I'm doing is just building. Like the mods that I usually do release are on the Nexus are like patch mods. Because one thing you gotta know if you're gonna install several hundred mods like I am is you've gotta be good at patching. Otherwise,
Jeez, yeah.
you're never gonna be able to get several hundred
time.
mods to work at the same time simultaneously if you don't have at least some basic knowledge in patching mods together. Specifically using Skyrim Special Edition Edit. Because that's that other tool that I was talking about. That's why I said that loot is not.
With that many fucking mods, you're gonna have to find patches for like almost every other major mod, for like every major mod to work with other major mods. Oh my god. Sometimes cause like I know that, dude, cause like when I want to play Kerbal Space Program, that's the one that I probably mod the most. And sometimes it'll take me like a whole day or even 2 days to set the mod environment up correctly before I'm actually ready and able to play.
Here's the thing about Skyrim Special Edition Edit that relates to the time thing that you said that I did not utilize the last time a couple of years ago that really would have helped. Is its ability for you to run scripts on mods. And just to give you one example of how that has helped tremendously is like by like one thing I like to do is de-level to like where the world feels like more challenging and rewarding to where like yeah, like you could come across loot at level 1 that you'd only have access to at level 70 or something like that, but vice versa, it's also more challenging because you can also come across a level 70 or 80 enemy when you're level 1, whereas in vanilla Skyrim, both the
scales.
super hard enemy and the super good loot, you'd never be able to interact with that at level 1. But I just think it's more immersive to do that because it's like, especially in Skyrim, because it's like at the beginning of the game, you get captured by like a small group of Imperial soldiers, but I mean after the opening scene in Helgen, then you're just like from the get-go a super badass like that can like a one-man army already. I mean which kind of begs the question: how were you not able to fight your way from that Imperial ambush?
Daniel, did you see my Discord DMs, or are you still being a twat?
Which Daniel?
Daniel Liddick. MAGA Daniel isn't here.
He's not. He's not usually in the in like your chats, is he?
No, he likes
He's
to
either
come in and
usually
talk.
on VC or not here at all, right?
Yeah, well, he's one of my buddies. He'd rather jump in the VC and chat with me. But he'll keep the stream open to give me the view, you know? I'll jump in. Ooh. Oh, jump in Discord, not in VC. Or mostly to jerk off to. Okay.
What
I
about
don't
jerking
really
off?
know what to say to that. No, he's saying that he keeps my stream up for the view, and then Ryan said mostly to jerk off to. What am I building anyway?
Nice.
A large spanning factory, right? And then I'll research parts and grow it and do more things to build a bigger factory that will protect me from these buggers. And I'll build more advanced shit and upgrade my gear and become unstoppable. Let's see. What are these guys like down here? Can I beat these guys yet? Or is there too many? What are you over here? Oh, no. There's a lot of guys over here. Oh, no. I don't think I'm ready for these. They've got the little ground penises.
One thing about like when you're going in game to test mods is that you've got to wait a little bit for all those mods to initialize in your playthrough. That when you have several hundred of them, like me.
Yeah, dude. It's got to take forever to load. Holy shit.
Yeah, because right now I have oh just a little under 1,000.
Jesus Christ. Just piles of people crawling on the ground? No, they're like alien bug thingies. They come and attack your base and shit. It's a real fucking pain in the ass. You should have seen me last stream. I was losing my fucking mind because every time I was building shit, they kept coming and breaking my stuff. I prefer people. Yeah, well. Not the situation we're in at the moment, unfortunately. Were you pulling a Marin or no? Yeah, I was losing my shit, dude. I was yelling. I was getting pissed off. Were you here for that, bro? Wait, Thanos, you were here for that, right?
Here for what now?
Last stream when I was losing my shit at these buggers coming in and, like, breaking my shit.
Were you watching Boner Man?
I might have been.
Okay, because that's the thing that I distinctly remember from being on the last time.
I have another one of his videos queued up too. I have just a slop video because it's kind of like a slowish news day. Now that there's the ceasefire, it's like a bit slow. Wait for me, I got little legs. Let me see if there's any updates. Let's see if there's any updates on the election. Nope, still nothing. Polls are closed. Polls have been closed for over an hour now. IRL. Should spell your name fancy like TH apostrophe anus. You hear that, bud?
No, what?
He said, you should spell your name fancy like TH apostrophe anus. Instead of Thanos. It's a joke. It's French.
Yeah, I figured. I just don't get it.
He's just being a goof.
Oh, oh, it's a French joke? Okay, that's why I didn't understand it.
It's not. He's just being a goofball. Just watch out for Ant-Man. Ah, that's funny. That's some deep memeing right there. I'm being a Thanos. Alright, I'm feeling like some boner box slop, unless you wanted to continue our conversation from earlier, or are you a little petered out on that one?
I'm probably not going to be able to engage with that very well while doing
Okay,
this at the same time.
that's fair.
So,
Ah, fair enough, buddy.
yeah.
We can make that more of like a longer back and forth over time.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd love to do that. I'd love to continue that at
Yeah.
some point.
All right, so we will watch some loner slop reacting to the H3 suing people. Been generally looking over Mamdani. Seems to be on the lefty popular side of things, which I'm generally not a fan of. Yeah, so I generally agree with you. But also during the campaign to appeal more, he's pulled back a little bit. I don't think I would vote for him, but if he wins, I guess I wouldn't hate it that much. Maybe I'm just coping because he's, you know, there was one poll, the Emerson poll, that said he would win. Every other poll says Cuomo, but this one Emerson poll says he would win. So maybe I'm just like coping a little bit and like pre-coping a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It would be a big victory for progressives if you guys managed to win that nomination. Did you guys... I saw a recent poll. Guess who right now is the... Obviously, it's way too early, and we have no fucking clue, right? But guess who the front runner right now is for the Democratic nomination for 2028? She's like, freezing rent is a bit yikes. Yeah, that's retarded. That's going to fuck up the economy. Like, obviously, from a populist perspective, that's like music to people's ears. Thank God, absolutely. But from an economic perspective, it's fucking suicide. Yeah, I also don't know how he's going to do free public transportation. Like, how are you going to fund the MTA? I mean, he's a bit pie in the sky. No, AOC has been sort of going back and forth between second and third, depending on the poll you look at. 420 a ride. I think you mean Tree Fitty a ride. I need about Tree Fitty. It was about that time that I noticed that MTA teller was actually a 50-foot tall monster from the Cretaceous era. And I said, "God damn you, Loch Ness Monster, give me back my Tree Fitty." Jank. For the Teslers? Oh, God. He's such a child. But my thing was funnier. See, my thing was funnier. It would have been funnier if it was 350. It would have been so much funnier if it was 350. This man is just like shit with the memes. Derivative? And 420 isn't? Tree Fitty, exactly. Exactly. Hang on. I did say 350.
Then one time, I believe it was July. August. There's a knock on the door. I open it, and there's this cute little Girl Scout.
Oh, she was so adorable with the little pigtails now.
And she says to me, how would you like to buy some cookies? And I said, well, what kind do you have? She had Thin Mints, Graham Crunchy Thins,
Raisin oatmeal.
Raisin Oatmeal. And I said, we'll take a Graham Crunch. How much would that be? And she looks at me and she says, I need about $3.50.
$3.50.
Well, it was about that time that I noticed this Girl Scout was about 8 stories tall and was a crustacean from the Petador girl.
The Loch Ness Monster.
I said, damn it, monster, get off my lawn. I ain't giving you no $3.50. It said, how about just $2.50? I said, oh, now it's only $2.50. What is that, sale on Loch Ness Munchies or something?
Lord, he was angry.
Damn right I was angry.
Now you, the monster, he was about to kick your ass.
Shut your mouth.
Fucking classic, dude. That's why he should have made it tree fitty for every ride. That would have been amazing, dude. That's a much better meme. The 420 meme is so played out. Everybody fucking smokes weed now. Nobody cares. They should have done the 350. He's a nerd. But the government cares. That's still the problem. Why is the government... Oh, you mean for the smoking weed? Not my government. Wait, I thought you guys have it too. Your government doesn't care either. The original Robert Downey Jr. blackface.
There's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55
Our
seconds.
federal government.
She spent 3 minutes and 50.
Our federal government technically cares, but they don't really do that much about it. Honestly, they're kind of just letting it happen at this point.
15 seconds longer smoking than she did talking.
At least here they are. I don't know about Missouri, but at least here they are.
Quote reaction.
And whatever time as well.
I can hear your Spanish Skyrim, bro.
That's not just like, I thought, okay, like taking a drag or a bong hit, that takes like 5 seconds, whereas a commentary section can take like 2 minutes.
Listen, when you constantly have to liaise with a state compliance guy who shows up like the worst type of health inspector for the weed world, you tend to not like them just saying, hey, that's fair enough. That's fair. I'm not going to argue with you there. Like, I don't know how shit goes over in Missouri. I just know over here in California, like, yeah, there's like compliance and shit you have to deal with, but there's so many places now that, like, they all know how to do it. And we just want to have a nice time. True.
So, wait, they timed it. Oh my god, man. What are these smoke clips? It is readily apparent that the primary and overriding purpose of Denham's group viewing session of the nuke
our
is to
government
for the original.
needs to practice governing ant farms before they move on to people.
Denham's made numerous statements explicitly stating her group viewing session
Good
is to serve as
idea.
a substitute for the nuke. Ethan Klein is on content nuke. Watch party. This is not drill. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views to the nuke. Oh no.
I definitely can see the logic.
I don't know. Look.
Especially if you have a security clearance or work as a police officer or firefighter, it makes sense to restrict controlled substances. True. It was made for ants. Learn the basics.
Why they thought that they could get away with it and everything. It really puts everyone else in a dangerous spot for the reaction because it's just so extreme. It kind of looks like when they stopped talking, their views went up, and when they
this is gonna be like super Inception, because I'm about to watch Lonerbox reacting. I'm about to react to Lonerbox reacting to a video suing people for how they do their reaction content.
Their views went down. I think that's really damning. Like, that's like the people there are not here to hear the reaction. They're not here to get the perspective. Or whatever.
Reactception. 3 times in. Bing,
all right,
bong,
you blistering,
bing,
brain-dead animals.
Hi there.
Hey. Okay, Ethan's dropping a nuke.
El Boner Box.
Okay, I didn't act surprised. Okay.
This man.
I didn't act surprised.
probably the best commentator on the internet for Middle East issues right now. Dude's the bomb. But we're going to watch him for some slop. Yeah, look at that. So much reacting. All of the reacting happening right now.
I'm suing these 3 creators. 20-minute video. Looks like slop is back on the menu, boys. Let's go.
Hi there.
Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. We got a live react channel circle. We got like 5 people to react to each other on a 5-minute delay in a perfect loop. Holy shit, that's gonna break a brain.
My name is Ethan Klein, and my favorite hobby is spending hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. Today, I invite you to my home to share my favorite pastime with you. Join me in creating generational wealth for my attorney. Let me tell you guys a story.
Generational wealth for my
It's a big
attorney.
conversation called ReactGate. ReactGate was a debate going on in the streaming community about what constituted fair use. People like Hassan, XQC, and many of the large Twitch streamers would watch other...
Yeah, like Hassan is such a terrible example. Hassan's best react content is his chair. I think Hassan is a better chair reactor than actual react.
The creator's entire video on their stream. They would rarely add sufficient commentary or even pause the video to speak. Most egregiously, they would re-upload the entire VOD to YouTube with the same thumbnail, the same title, so that they could cannibalize traffic from the original video. Here's what Lamino had to say about this phenomenon.
I don't mind people reacting to my videos, but I do mind when they play the entirety of my video. A face cam in the corner or the occasional interruption does nothing to address that issue. My video is still being played from beginning to end in someone else's stream or video. It's neither ethical nor necessary to feature the entirety of someone else's work. Or, you know, they could do the bare minimum and ask for permission. Something that none of the major reaction channels have ever done.
Okay, my position on this, until things change, until I've heard a better argument, is yeah, bro, I'm kind of just like stealing content. That's kind of what's happening. And the whole...
I mean, like, yeah, I kind of am, but like, I'm adding my own commentary, right? Look, I'm just starting out, okay? I can only make so much of my own content till I have like 1,000 fucking people watching me wanting to hear what I have to say.
Whole YouTube political sphere or whatever have just kind of made it a norm, assuming that you don't like just add nothing transformative, or assuming that you are like not doing it in some kind of bad faith in the sense that like you're doing it with the intention to deny the other person.
H3H3
like
is as relevant as
like that kind of thing is a problem. But yeah, if the rules change.
For real, H3H3 has been like in a huge internet back and forth with a bunch of different creators. This has been like a huge deal. Are you sure? Have you like not been paying attention to his benefit? Yeah. I had to dip. Yeah, whatever. I mean, dude, you saw how retarded that fucking iDubbbz content cop was. They're like helping him out. Shit.
Change, and they decide that like, listen, I couldn't watch Lord of the Rings on stream and just pause every couple of minutes to give my commentary and call it fair use. That's not really how that works. I do feel like I generally add substantive commentary. If I don't, I will definitely not make it a segment. And if people don't
Did they do another, like the new one that came out like a month-ish or something ago? Because if you haven't watched it yet, I'm telling you right now, it's bad. It's cringe. It's his worst work of his entire career.
Like what I've done, say like Ryan and Beth had an issue with me reacting to stuff, so I don't really do it as much.
He's like lost all of his spunk. It was oof. And there are ethical ways to review content, like waiting for the original video to have several days to not siphon views. True.
Anymore. He didn't say don't do it, but you can tell he didn't like it.
Yeah,
so.
all of that is gone, bro. All of that is gone. It is his whole video is this soy. Listen, Ethan, we think you support genocide, but we are doing this, okay, because we love and care about you. Meanwhile, he's glossing over all of the crazy shit that people actually did to Ethan, like fucking calling CPI. It was some retard shit. Ooh, it was bad, bro. It was like the signification of like, okay, iDubbbz's YouTube career is pretty done.
So, but sometimes, like, how long did it take me to react to the Ethan Hassan debate? It was like 10 hours to react to a 5-hour debate, or less than 5 hours. So that's kind of how I justify it. I feel like I add in quite a bit, and I do research, and I have perspective, and I'm occasionally silly and funny to some people, maybe. But yeah, I mean, if the precedent ever changes and they decide that what I do is not fair use, then I'll just do something else. I'll just do more video essays again, or debates. But okay, that's my position. Obviously, there is a I don't know whether there's a legal precedent for it, but there is a social precedent. Like, we know that getting out of your chair and fucking off in mid-video is probably a faux pas. We know
Not
that
great.
Jinx style just saying absolutely nothing is faux pas. We know that Casey Tron, who sometimes has looping
My
footage of herself,
favorite pop figure that isn't a pickle. Like pop figure like the little dudes or like popular culture person? Oh, like behind me? Who knows? Nobody fucking talks to Keemstar anymore. I quite like this 8-bit Mario amiibo. It's pretty cool. 30th anniversary. Yeah. These are all first edition, like, original Smash amiibos. These are fucking worth a lot of money, actually. There's no pickle, Grace. Okay? No pickle! No pickle! Primo amiibos, yep.
not saying anything because she might just be asleep or in a different house or in a different country when the React stream is running. We know that is obviously very not cool. We know that I guess like Dennis streams where it's like 1 hour
do
of
this
zero.
again.
Yeah, yeah, that's a bit different to I'd say what people like me do, but you know.
Stream to re-upload my videos. But to answer your question, no, I don't want people to stream re-upload the entirety of my videos.
Now, understandably, this made a lot of people angry, because why should these content thieves, essentially, get more views than the author of the video, which in a lot of cases was happening? I mean, people don't like injustice. We all see this. This debate culminated when XQC, one of the prime suspects, called into my show to debate me, in which case I'm sad to report that I was terribly owned. So in that regard, do you care at all about like IP or copyright? Or like the fact that it's illegal? Does that matter? If that it might be illegal, does that matter to you?
I got the joke the first time, and I am no longer looking for a pickle.
Watch me full screen cam, do the warm, and watch your plan. Then watch your plan content.
Do it for a week. Do a week of no reaction content and see how many views you get.
Oh, no.
I mean, that's content, man. It's original content, at least. The ultimate debate, bro. He hit him with the worm. Oh, why didn't I think of that first?
Oh, sorry, buddy.
If I can't do React content anymore, I'll just debate Tuton every day for 8
sorry
hours.
at this point.
That'll be it. That'll be moving forward.
I kid XQC, but he is not the one I'm suing. Despite my criticism, he's not a malicious infringer. But the ones I am suing, you'll see, are much, much worse. Now, ironically, after this debate and in the wake of this large conversation, the problem seems to have only gotten worse. You have people like Hassan Piker paving the way of fair use with what's known as chair reacts. When Hassan gets up to go to the bathroom, or to eat, or to talk to his mom, or to do whatever, disappears for an extended period of time, and leaves the video playing for his chair. Mr. Chair, they call it.
IDF had warned people to leave
Which is falling, I can't get out.
Leave the area.
Life alert. Life alert.
And it was in this setting that I formulated an idea. What if I could make a long-form, irresistible piece of content that I knew that these streamers couldn't resist, they couldn't avoid the temptation of watching it the second it was published?
I don't have
It's not that I wanted people to steal my video, it's that I knew they would.
Holy shit,
I knew
she's
they would
bringing in the
watch entire
JG
videos,
Wentworth.
add little to no commentary.
Oh
react to it
my
instantly,
God.
form an opinion. The trap was set, and it worked even better than I imagined it would. We captured pretty much every large streamer reacting to it in its entirety immediately after it was published. Now the thing is,
where's
there
the
were a few
Earl?
people that went above and beyond to
Gotta
commit
find that
copyright infringement.
Earl
For
on my
example,
screen.
Venom sits here silently with nearly 50,000 live viewers. That's 30
H3H.
times her regular viewership. She's working directly with the subreddit moderators
H3.
to siphon views, and their intentions couldn't be clearer.
Wait, whoa, have they?
Here's an excerpt from a sticky post from the Snark
That's
subreddit.
crazy.
Hey everyone, we've seen a lot of comments about wanting to watch the nuke without showing support for H3. Here's a list of creators who have supported our sub, either by
Okay,
engaging with...
this is so on the nose. It's like you don't even want to give them one view because
Yeah, like doing that, like everyone who wants to come who's not gonna watch H3, you're obviously gonna get fucked for that because you're maliciously stating your intent to do copyright infringement. Like Pisco's take on this was so fucking stupid. Mika, come over here. Come over here. Come on over here. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come say hello to everybody. Come on. Come here. Come on. Yes, hello. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Help thousands, they'll help you too. One lump sum of cash, they will pay to you. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You and Peanut? You say please. Say please. Say please. I know, that's awkward for you to say please. Ready? Say please. You can't do it from here, can you? Okay. Good girl. Hey, Victoria.
Hey, what's going on?
How are ya?
I'm okay. It's been a long day. I just got back home.
Oh, good to see you. Good to see you in here. It's been a few streams.
Yeah, definitely. What have you guys been chatting about?
Oh, you know, after the ceasefire, the Iran-Israel stuff has kind of slowed down, so it's been a bit of a slow day. We're just kind of shooting the shit a little bit. Until...
Don't mind me. I'm going to go on mute here for a second. I'm just kind of settling in.
Yeah. Just pop back in and say what's up. What kind of sicko makes their dog say police? It's less monetizable now. Well, you know, I live on the edge, okay? Iran isn't fetch anymore. Listen, I'm not trying to make them fetch, all right? Just enjoying the ride.
People, do you know how many views that video gets? 1. The channel gets 1 view. It's so spiteful.
Iran already happened.
Directly
it's
or setting
past.
our posts
It's gone.
critique of H3. Here
It's
they're
done.
offering these streamers as market substitutes for my work. This is the cardinal sin of copyright infringement. The Snark subreddit has been a frequent and persistent infringer. That's how I knew when this video came out, the Snarkers were going to encourage, promote, and push streamers to commit copyright infringement. I should
Daniel, you want to take this one?
Because of their predictability, they acted like double agents for us, incriminating their favorite streamers and serving them up on a golden platter. So thank you, Snark. It's one thing for a subreddit to admit it's engaging in copyright infringement, but how do you get the streamers themselves to admit that they're stealing content?
Well, guys, if you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow.
This is so
subscribe, throw a
stupid.
prime if you like the content, if you enjoy
Right
the
above
idea.
you.
It turns out they just do it for you. You couldn't cook up a more incriminating statement if you tried. Denim's the queen of self-owning. You prevail again. There's one thing about copyright you should know is that you got to register it before you publish to be eligible for statutory damages and attorney's fees, which is the main biting force of a copyright infringement lawsuit. Well, I'm happy to tell you guys now. I, Ethan Klein.
God, Denims is such a fucking idiot, dude. Denims is such a fucking idiot. Why would you do that? Like, you are an actual streamer who's been around long enough to know that that kind of shit is fucking infringement. What a dumb thing to say.
Content new with the United States Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating? Even though theoretically I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars.
He can sue me. Wait. Wait, no, he's not suing me. Wait.
Library of Congress. Some of you guys out there sweating?
I'm sweating. Look, Hassan's getting sued, okay? I'm not getting sued. Loner Unboxed is getting sued. That's not me. Spider. Why is Spiders in the top of the... Where's my one?
I could sue a lot more creators and rake in millions of dollars. But the purpose of this is not financial gain.
Not fetch. Are you for real? He said may instead of make, Daniel. Come on now. You could do better.
But I would never sue them just for doing that. I don't want to chill the reaction community into fear. Actually, the opposite. I hope that we can all unite against this type of egregious behavior that not only makes us all look bad, but could destroy the commentary community as we know it.
Well, guys.
Okay, so for Ethan, for this to not be a spite blow, right? For this to not be a spite blow, Ethan's going to have to show why this reaction, like this format from Denim's, Caseytron, etc., is more egregious than what people like me do. He's going to have to argue that.
I mean, he's been through a lot of shit the last year, dude. I'm not surprised he looks shitty.
Not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime.
The state of reaction content on Twitch is so broken, these creators feel comfortable looking right into a camera and saying outright, hey, I'm stealing this guy's content. Pay me instead of him. This is not a healthy environment. And with people like Hassan reacting to entire TV shows on stream, my fear is that Sony or Disney comes along, sues everybody, and sets a devastating precedent that could endanger our entire field. Now, before I tell you who the 3 people I'm suing are, I just want to make it clear that they all met this very specific high bar of criteria that I set forth earlier. These people were not targeted based on their gender, their identity, their political beliefs. All 3 are on this list. In fact, they're the only 3, as far as I could tell, that reacted to the full video. Drum roll, please. Who's sweating at home, guys? Caseytron, the queen of ripping farts and bong loads.
They do musicals. They're very musical people. Are you being serious?
Oh my god, the fucking Bro, the fucking Houthi musical video. Dude, that shit was crazy. I can't believe he did that too. I love how uncomfortable his friend was during that. Bro, I can't believe he did that crazy shit.
You think I made this? Frogan, who, bless her soul, she's still rising.
Can I walk?
Gaza the Hutt.
Please use the bathroom. Do I have permission?
Oh no.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
And Denim's the queen of self-cloning.
Right. The Houthi, fucking Tim Houthi Chalamet, the real life, you know, modern and fucking Frank, apparently. God damn, these people are retarded.
My God, is she the queen of that?
It's very obvious from the way that guy's talking, he's a Stego fan.
Oh my God, I love you, Hostage. Can I give you a hug? I'm so
None
Mika,
of the hostages that have been released so far.
you've been summoned. Get over here. Get over here. Come on, babies. Hi. Hi. Mwah. That's a girl. Houthis and the blowfish. That's a girl. That's a girl. Ready? Oh, yeah. I'll give that soon a kiss. Come here. Mwah. Ready? Say please. You say please. That was not a please. That was a whisper. You give me a please. Say please. One more time. You can do it louder. Say please. That's good. Let's see. Can you grab this? Okay. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Okay. Good girl. Good girl. Good girl. You can put your glasses on? You can put your glasses on? Come on. Come on. Sit. Sit. There we go. Good girl. You're so good. You're so good. Here you go. Have another peanut. Happy girl. Happy girl. Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. You'll come back later. Don't worry. Go ahead. Oh, yeah. I trained her all by myself. She's a good girl. That's a good girl. Oh, yeah. All Mika content is top tier content on this channel. Haha. Dunce hat on denims. Perfect.
You can go look at them.
The sexual assault I experienced should never happen to any human being.
This Yemeni kid is just a Yemeni kid with a gun and is not a Houthi, and there is no proof of him being a Houthi.
Are you a soldier? Yes. That seems pretty definitive.
He never said Hassan Nasrallah was a good guy.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen.
Now for the fun part. Let's take a look at the complaints, and let's start with my favorite of the three, the very own, the prestigious, the highly acclaimed, the highly analytical Casey Tron.
Whoa!
Fucking Casey Tron.
Without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein.
Oh no!
The 18 more people in this chat.
That's a really.
No, a lot of people like to lurk and chill. And that's fine. They're welcome to. Not everybody has to talk all the time. Some people just like to watch.
That's like your declaration of intent. Like, that's the purpose of it. Listen, chat, I know all of you guys are here because you would rather just not watch it at all than give the view to H3H3. That's crazy.
Thing to say, don't you think? Why are you so comfortable?
You talking to me or to chat? Because a lot of people, when they're lurking, what they're doing is they're like not on their phone. They're like doing other things and they just have it in their ears and they're like listening. Perhaps. Which, like, you know, live your life, dog. That's how you choose to goon? Goon away.
We've given each complaint a clever little title.
Smokes more than she spoke. Well, quote.
And here's Caseytron's. She smoked more than she spoke. Caseytron smokes 42 times during her reaction. And just as a silly thought experiment, we thought, wouldn't it be funny if she spent more time smoking than she did talking?
Holy
and thinking
shit.
there was no way that that could be true. Well, we tallied them up. And lo and behold, there's 15 minutes, 40 seconds of commentary versus 18 minutes and 55 seconds of smoking. She spent 3 minutes and 15 seconds longer smoking than she
Caseytron
did talking
sucks,
about her quote-unquote
dude.
reaction.
Damn, that's,
and whatever.
that's time as well. That's not just like, I thought, okay, like taking a drag or a bong hit, that takes like 5 seconds, whereas a commentary section can take like 2 minutes. So, wait, they timed it.
Like, how toasted are you?
What are these smoke clips? How do you
on
spend 17
stream,
minutes?
if that's what
18
you're
for
doing?
18:55. How do you spend 18 minutes?
Like, I don't, like, I wouldn't even smoke the day, like, during the day before I'm streaming. And this person just sits around fucking getting stoned on stream all the time. I just, like, how are you going to be able to provide good commentary, do good research if you're fucking stoned a lot? No, it's fine for me. I'm chilling.
All the coughing?
The talking she did was just to express how confused she was, presumably from smoking 42 times.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the plot.
The complaint continued.
Yeah, see? See? Your brain's fucking scrambled. It could be optimized chill. I'm chilling just fine.
We got court
You
doc.
forget, I'm on Les Vivants.
Indeed, Caseytron is often too obliterated. Is that in court documents?
Pretty optimized.
Is too obliterated to comment on the nuke and instead stares blankly at her computer screen. In a span of 2 hours and 7 minutes, Caseytron smokes marijuana, frequently in a highly concentrated form.
Vivants. It's ADHD medicine.
Vaporizer for nearly 19 minutes, which is 3 minutes more than Caseytron speaks during her group viewing session. At one point, Caseytron is so wasted that she states, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I lost the plot."
Yeah.
Uber, thanks for $5. React harder if you don't want to end up in the next lawsuit.
Actually,
While reacting.
with ADHD, it's the brain
fashion.
calmies
Obliterated.
and centers.
She is so nuked.
Caseytron is
I can,
often
like,
too
study
obliterated to
and
comment
watch
on the news,
shit and
instead
work
stares
and do
blankly at her
stuff,
computer screen.
and
In a
I
span
don't
of
get
2 hours and
distracted.
7 minutes, Caseytron
Should
smokes
try
marijuana,
fentanyl for
frequently
your
in highly
ADHD. Fentanyl isn't a stimulant, Ryan.
concentrated forms through vaporizers on 42 separate occasions. At one point, Caseytron is so wasted that she states, quote, "What is happening? I'm trying to follow, but I've lost the plot." To give you an idea, the majority of her commentary comes down to this.
I don't understand this bit that he's doing.
He's read more books than
Dude, look, this is all she does. Oh my god, like, she's talking for so many different things. God, this is her whole content. People must watch her just to, like, fucking watch her get stoned. They can't be watching for her commentary. She can't even follow anything.
Anime, right?
He's read more books than you could ever imagine.
What is happening? I'm trying to follow. I've lost the
Daniel,
what are you talking about?
Oh my god, I forgot you were there, bro. You were so quiet for so long. We're watching Lonerbox react to Ethan's video about suing people for malicious copyright infringement. And Caseytron is getting stoned, like, through the whole thing and, like, can't even follow anything. It's pretty goofy. It's pretty lame. Daniel, are you still in chat? It's a DMT pen he's ripping. This? So, Daniel, I tried to watch Loner's debate with Teuton, but the VOD, Loner was on for like more than 12 hours. And the VODs from YouTube automatically cut out at 12 hours. So I only got to see like the beginning of his spurging out. But I really wanted to watch more because I thought it was amazing. Yeah, exactly. It was shitty. So there's Daniel Liddick, and then there's MAGA Daniel, who is my IRL buddy, who's a Trump voter, and a good friend of mine. And he likes to come on and talk some wild out there point of views sometimes. Oh, you got auto-modded for being saying a fucking Nazi thing. Like Jan 6th type, sort of. More like COVID, everything's a conspiracy type. He's not here, Ryan. It's horse tranquilizer for breakfast. Yeah, some of his views on the vaccines are a little goofy, but I've made decent progress with him. For one thing, I've gotten him to recognize that Dr. Fauci is not like some evil monster who spent his entire career trying to kill people. Make little bits of progress here and there. But when you're that deep down the rabbit hole, it takes a while. It takes a while to get through. Steroids, not vaccines. That's illegal. You are absolutely allowed to fuck with me if I misspeak. These are the rules. Daniel does it all the time. These are the rules. Oh. I thought you were talking about fucking roids. Like, for pumping up. But yeah, steroids are used for all kinds of medical treatment. I don't know. They're unspoken rules of the stream. You'll pick it up as you're here. You'll pick them up as we go. Just you gotta feel for it. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, they come up when they come up. Like, one of the big rules right now that chat loves to do is tell everybody to save their points up to make me do a chicken dance. That's one. Another one is to accuse me of cheating whenever I do my daily puzzles. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not the only person who's Jewish in here, Ryan. No, actually, they accused me of cheating. Thanos, I can still hear your game.
I keep forgetting that, like, that you can.
Yeah. Listen, Grace. You guys can keep saying that, or you can just continue to be jealous of my crazy puzzle skills. They're actually not that great, but I do well enough. What are the other rules? Those are the only ones I can think of right now. Typos. Misspeaks. If we listen to Busy Earning by Jungle, you have to spam Dan can't get it up or Dan has a boring life. Damn it, Ryan. Dan Saltman? This is Dan Saltman. That's true. Your brother is Daniel. Boom. He's one half of the Anything Else podcast. Boop. Dan, Destiny. Well, of course, he can't get it up. Why would he be? He's very upset.
Why'd you even turn up in the morning? What the... Like, I guess you gotta pay your bills and everything, but does this actually pay the bills?
Why didn't I call it Jubilee? Because, Ryan, maybe I don't want to be a fucking stereotype.
Their viewership. What the... Hang on. Lance's next title is Ethan Mock's Addict. Oh, God. Just stay in bed. Yeah, just stay in bed. Why do you even get up in the morning? What the is wrong with you?
What?
It's so retarded, man. If you are an anti-Ethan person and you know that anti-Ethan content is how you get the views, and you know that the content nuke is going to be a big step in that process.
Do you think there's a lot of
if you're like
Jews who are fully bald? They try to shy away from that, you know, because of the whole skinhead thing.
Because there are events, okay? There are like holidays, okay? Or there are rather holiday purchases.
Oh.
It's like wrestling, you know. There's like you gotta turn up harder for WrestleMania than at the regular Raw shows, or okay, that makes sense, okay? We understand that. So if you're an anti-Ethan person, surely for the content nuke, you should just do a bit of pre-watching, a bit of reading, or don't even do that.
I was unable.
Because everyone in your audience hates Ethan. They hate him. They don't care what you say as long as you just do the react thing, right? Do the react thing where you can tell other people have like they've watched people like Bosch or Destiny or whoever like doing reacts.
It's just how she goes. It's the way she goes, boys. It's the way she
goes. So they just kind of
goes.
do the illusion, like the aesthetic of a react stream, where they'll just pause every 30 seconds, like when they remember to, almost by default, and then they'll just go, that's a really,
there you go.
That's a dumb argument.
You got the normgasm.
What if actually wrong?
You know who that is? It's Norm Finkelstein. Norman Finkelstein. There's the normgasm and the Benny Morris laugh. These two eternal enemies, which is why it's funny to have them as emotes. Oh, no. Hamas helps him achieve his ultimate loads.
Like, and then that would be fine. That would be that. That's the. You would
Whereas
get
Benny, the laughing one,
yeah,
is our based Middle Eastern historian. The best historian in the Middle East. With the most experience, the most time in the archives. Too bad, apes. No sleep for you tonight. Wait, let me retry that. Too bad, apes. No sleep for you tonight.
It's the
Sound
Hassan was the most transformative. Yeah, because he fucking.
But like 5 times slower than that.
Yap for 12 hours.
I swear, playing Norm at 3 times speed sounds like 1 time speed for everybody else. You can just use any pick tire. Daniel, you gonna handle that, or are you gonna make me do it?
He does like talking slow. Yeah.
He talks very slow. And he loves misquoting Benny Morris right to his face. Correct my auto. You betcha. Boop. Boop. So this is the proper AMA format of making fun of a typo in chat. Okay. Again, this is the AMA format. I'm not exactly sure how the other formats are done, but for AMA, you have alternating caps with lowercase. Your first one is lowercase, right? So you go lowercase, uppercase, and so on until the end. And then you have a Benny Morris laugh and a normgasm. Now, you can interchange whether the normgasm or the Benny Morris laugh comes first. But this is the generally accepted AMA format. Very cool. Norm Finkelstein, known to his downstairs neighbors as the Midnight Hammer.
The Demon Mama tactic, yeah. Why don't they just do that? It's such a waste.
Thank you for the mansplain. Listen, it's only a mansplain if you already knew that. But you didn't know that. You were just asking me about the rules. And now you're accusing me of mansplaining when I give you the rules? I can't win. We can't win. We can't win in this world.
It's like your WrestleMania of the year is reacting to something like this, and you're giving it nothing. You're giving it nothing. Just smoking. Just getting fucking blazed. Leaving the room. Why?
They do musicals. They're very musical people. I know. Are you being serious? Dog, what do you look?
Oh.
You think I made this?
No, I didn't know. Say I wanna go to Florida. Man, that wasn't. I don't know how that sounded from the outside, Norm Finkelstein, other Finkelstein knowers, but from my perspective, that actually was pretty good. Fuck that honeypot, whatever the fuck that bullshit was. Okay. What do I want to research right now? Oh, this is going to open me up to all the other shit. Okay, we got to do this engine. Hick twang. Hi, ye other Finkelsteiners. How'd it sound?
This isn't a music video, son.
And as dumb
Is
as all
that
that
your
is, this is the
favorite
part that really got her sued.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. Without necessarily supporting.
Oh! She did it too. Fucking stupid.
Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it. What the fuck is going?
This is fucking wretched, man. This is like.
Yeah, like.
Going on here?
Like, bro, like, what do you think is gonna happen? How could you say something like that on your stream and not expect somebody to be like, "Yo, you're infringing on my content, you piece of shit"? Oh my god, I just noticed the title of her thing. Bro, Casey Trout is so gross, dude.
Right, that her intention of doing this is so that people who don't want to support me can watch it through her is why
I get the feeling she would be sticky. Yeah, I was focusing on my game, so I wasn't paying attention to every inch of what was going on stream. Or on the screen. What are we doing? Any updates on the election yet? No, nothing. Oh my goodness. Edition Queens, 12:25 a.m. Eastern Time. About 90% of total ballots going across the city. So 12:25. It's gonna be like 9:25 here. We'll still be on.
Copyright infringement laws exist. You could not and should
Did I
not do
remember
that,
to you today?
especially if
Sure
your
did.
commentary consists of you taking bong loads. At least try to engage with the content. Whoa, what was that? Oh, sorry. Oh, the flying star. It almost got me. You know her and you love her, guys. Frogan. Reaction by exiting.
No.
Here she is getting up to leave. The
I've
video
also
running.
got
She steps out of the room. Is that transforming?
peanuts.
I guess the judge will decide. She said, quote, "It's time to watch the new nuke ethically."
Ethical consumption of the nuke. Yeah, I've seen this is a thing that lefties have done for a long time. Oh, I don't want to give it a view. Oh, how do we react to this? But I don't want to give this bad person the view. It's such a 2016 like. It's the kind of thing Vadim would say. Like, oh, why would you watch this and give him the
Oh,
view?
fucking Vadim. And not the good Vadim either. What's up? Oh. Yeah. Well, dude. Oh. You guys are chatting. You guys is chatting in chat. Oh. This seems like a very, civil discussion you two are having. How lovely. Ethical consumption of the nuke. That does sound kind of fucking metal, doesn't it?
Off, man. Like, it's one view. You
Hey,
fucking moron.
I'm just
You're already taking views of them,
muted
right?
for a
You're
sec, but I'll unmute in a
Oh, it's fucking Josh! Oh! Welcome, buddy. Okay, yeah, be muted. But come back in.
I'll be on mute in a sec, man, but I'm here.
Yeah! Let's go.
already taking. How many people are watching this right now? How many people are watching me right now? 1,800. You're taking that many views. Sorry, 1,600. I'm retarded. All right. Thing glitched. The views have been taken, bro.
Hell yeah. Huh. Very smart to say on camera, by the way. She said, quote, "Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me." Well, you are so welcome, and I'm so glad that you were able to enjoy that day.
It's one of my Australian buddies.
Her own fans begin to call her out.
I don't have anything to say. Dude, because he's cycling the same fucking points over and over again. What more commentary do you need on him repeating the same fucking points for the whole first hour and 1 minute and 32 seconds? It's been the same shit over and over again. This video could have been condensed into 20 fucking minutes. Like, what commentary do you want me to add by, like, oh, this guy's a fucking idiot, he's mentally ill, and he's having a mental breakdown and uploaded it to fucking YouTube?
What do you want me to say?
That's a good point. What do you want me to make a point on?
Oh, I forgot. She also said, "Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing." You may use the bathroom, Frogan, although I don't advise it.
Can I use the bathroom, please? I'll leave it playing.
This into your stomach. And let me state the obvious. Jill and...
We're going to time the...
Apparently thinks Twitch is liable for me interviewing a Yemeni teenager who's only known genocide his entire life.
What happens?
Well, you just pause it. That's it. You just pause the video, right? Like, you get up and you go to the bathroom, you just pause it. They should be watching for you. But if you get up to go to the bathroom and they keep watching my video, they're clearly not watching for you, right?
I'm not gonna lie. I have been guilty of doing this once or twice. But usually, it's when you all are arguing and, like, debating. And I don't feel like I'm content stealing because y'all are talking and it's not just leaving a video on.
As lazy and pathetic as her reaction is, this is not why she's getting sued. This is.
Thank you guys so much. I do appreciate everyone's support. And thank you for watching it with me. First time viewer, time to watch a nuke epically. Hell yeah. I found my way from Reddit. Hi guys, welcome Reddit people. Reddit people, Reddit people. I can't believe
On eating a nuke?
Well, it's not as independent father having a great time. Exactly.
Probably
We're gonna watch
the
it live, yes.
uranium
He doesn't want
part,
people to know when
right?
it's dropping
Like the
because
top
we're all
part,
watching
the
other
warhead.
streamers. And I suggest you all
You know, at least, you know what? Fuck Casey Dawn. I mean, at least Rogan tries her best, you know? You can tell she's trying. She's like, "What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? What do you say in this video?" Like, she's trying. She's turned up. She's clearly, like, done her makeup a little bit. She's got her fucking glittery microphone. She's got her lights in the background. She's got her pictures, everything. She's turned up for the job.
Because that's the
again,
spiciest
in this
part.
world, okay? In this world, all you've got to give is your best,
Get a
okay?
pee
You
jar.
don't have to be the best, but you have to try it.
Or wear a diaper. You know what? Just for that, I'm gonna go pee right. Fuck you.
Any thoughts on Daniel's take on why the leftists fuck it up every time?
I think he went to the toilet.
What say you?
What say I? Not much. I just woke up. I'm still processing.
Yeah, I thought you're leftist. I thought basically everybody here was a leftist.
Oh yeah, you know, like the left. It's actually, I'm gonna wait for Jordan to get back here before I start rambling enough. Otherwise, I'll have you know, there'll be no response from him. I need somebody to respond.
Yeah, it's, you know, you can't really get people to that.
Yeah, I'm just like, well, you know, I don't want to be like that meme where it's like, you know, it's an old man yelling at cloud. I'm not an old man,
Okay.
but, you know, I don't want to be yelling at clouds, you know.
I'm back.
Yeah, Victoria, what were you saying?
I was inquiring, what does everyone think about Daniel's comment with respect to leftists?
Well, there's a bunch of people in chat who aren't in the Discord, but let me take a read. I mean, I think it depends on which one you're talking to. I think, like, for a lot of the masses of, like, populist leftists, that's the case. But I think a lot of the masses of populists in general kind of act that way. There are academics, you know, from left to right, who I think I wouldn't necessarily put it about aesthetics, who have a more grounded point of view on things like this. But if you're going to, like, talk about general thoughts with just, like, populism in general. I think my point is that I feel like that describes populism in a lot of ways, more than leftism specifically. What do you guys think?
I would comment, but I'm still reading. I'm catching up.
Okay.
I just literally woke up like a half an hour ago, so my brain's a little bit but I'm getting there.
Yeah. Here, I'll pull conversation up so y'all can see it. I feel like that's going to have the opposite effect, Grace. She told you to wake and bake.
Oh, I wish. No, that would actually help a lot, actually.
Really?
I'm not going to lie. Yeah, I'm really good with that. Like, I wake up...
Really?
I'm
I've had a lot of conversations with you when you were stoned as fuck, and I feel like you just laugh.
Oh, that was like gummies, though. That was me pushing
you were in another universe, dog. I remember that.
Like a joint or like a bong hit, I'd be fine. I'd be sweet, but not a gummy. I would be out of it in about an hour.
Yeah, but you had like what 1,000 milligrams, some ridiculous amount.
No, that was in Minecraft. Carrying on.
Oh yeah, Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had 1,000 milligrams in Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I leveled up, and then they were like, "Here's 1,000 milligrams." I don't know if you level up in Minecraft, but apparently.
That's insane, dog. I would be in another Minecraft universe.
Okay. Okay. So the thing you were asking, Victoria, is that about the aesthetics like comment?
Yeah, it is. I thought you all were like far left. Lefty.
I'm not.
So I thought that was funny.
Yeah, I mean, like me and Leo, maybe. I wouldn't say far left
Leo
either, 'cause
for
I'm not a
sure.
authoritarian.
Leo for sure.
All right, left, Democrat.
Yeah, then
potato,
and Josh
I
is a
don't care.
little closer, and then Thanos I think is a little closer than that, and then you've got quite a bit of daylight between those three, and then me and Daniel, who are like moderate.
That's fair.
Who are like liberals, sort of center lefty liberals.
Yeah, but the main thing is I'm anti-authoritarian, so I'm not like one of those.
So yeah,
tanky
you're not
assholes.
like a tanky commie, yeah. Even though we, you know,
no, I
even
can't
though we
stomach them.
tease you a little bit with love on that one, you know.
Yeah, no, you can't.
Chat asks, I'm trying to picture Josh. Are you more of a Max or Chad type?
Oh, what? 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 I don't know how to answer that.
That's fair. I'm not exactly sure either. Cold ones. Say grog.
Grog.
There you go.
Grog.
Grog. You said grog.
Get on the goon.
Get on the goon. Oh god.
Oh, I hate goon. But anyway.
What are cold ones? Cold ones, they make grog. Who is this? Grog by Cold Ones. Hard Japanese soda. Gurogu.
What? Wow.
That's what it
is
says.
that? That's nuts. Grog is like slang for like, alcohol. So I'm confused.
It says Gurogu.
Grog. Sounds like what?
Grogu.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, like Mandalorian.
YouTube MFR. No, I like this better. It's cute in Japanese. Oh, and it's got alcohol in it. Yay. Max,
That is definitely
Mofo,
grog.
and Chad. Okay. I'll tell you what your opinion is on more if I damn well please, Daniel.
So where's Daniel? Why isn't he in BC?
I don't know. Oh, wow. Oh, this looks like fun. Oh, it's Aussies, I guess, who travel around and drink alcohol around the world. That's fun.
You talking about cold ones?
Cold ones.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what they said.
I know that YouTube channel. It's like two Aussies, I think, and they go around getting drunk.
Yeah. What do you mean, no, they don't, fuckface? They're literally right here!
What?
This says it right here, motherfucker. Okay, well, don't fuckface me if the first video that I pull up says literally that, alright? That's the first thing I saw. Eat my ass. Face of fuck. Motherfucker. Unbelievable. But hey, Josh, are you Max or Chad? Which one are you like of the cold ones, guys? I guess is what they're asking.
I don't know, actually. That's actually a very abstract question. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Which one's the bigger one? That's
I don't
actually
know,
vague, isn't it?
but I have a sudden urge to watch Auntie Donna.
Oh my god.
Which one? Which one?
That's hilarious.
Which one
I've
should
seen
I-
a bunch of like, I don't know, but I
Frozen
actually
Frozen on Frogan. Oh, you're right. It is. Sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We're paused on Gaza the Hutt. That's my bad.
Wow, Gaza the
Yeah.
Hutt. Cause I thought you were talking about Gaza, and I'm like, oh no, actually, I'm gonna shut my mouth.
I'm talking about Frogan. Do you know who Frogan is?
Oh yeah, she is like, she is.
She
a Hutt.
sucks. Yeah, she sucks. There are
Her
plenty
voice is
of
really, like,
pro-Palestine people who are lovely, wonderful people. She is not one of those people.
And don't forget, she's not really bright either. That's another thing about it. It's like she really just says things off the fly when it's just like
sucks.
emotional.
Yeah, I can't stand her. On October 7th, literally while like the fires were still raging and people were still getting killed, she was like tweeting gross shit. Awful.
I mean,
Awful
at least some of them like waited a couple weeks or months before.
Yeah,
saying
like
shit,
at least
eh?
some of them had the decency to wait a couple weeks before they were awful about it.
Yeah, holy crap. That actually is that's a good point. Like, when I saw that shit going down, I was like, oh, this is bad.
It's
that
bad.
was my first reaction.
And you
Yeah.
like literally, even though you're generally more on the Palestinian side, you have never been like awful about October 7th at all. Like you've been
No, it was
very
fucking horrible. It was horrible.
respectful about it and like acknowledged that it was a terrible thing. And like I'm just like the people who man, this is why like I hold such a hate boner for Hassan and you know your countryman who
Bad
has
fucking otter.
robbed, who has stolen
Yeah.
over to
I
my
just watched
country
it, like I didn't see shit.
and infected my country with his terrible beard.
It's probably not
Deranged
hummus.
Dorito. What's that?
I was just saying his beard. It probably has like some sort of like hummus or something in it.
Yeah, something in there. He shaved it, so that was actually a good decision. He looks much cleaner without the beard. But
Look like a rat nest.
but yeah, like I can't. He's so mean. That's like all I can. He's so mean. He's such an ass.
Aww. If you're a little nicer, you'd be okay.
I mean, yeah. Probably like a little bit.
Maybe it feels a little factual.
Well, that would go a long way, actually. That'd probably go a longer way than being nice. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. Okay, Auntie Donna, pick a video, Josh, and I will play it.
Ooh. Come on. What are you doing to me? Like, oh my god.
It's got to be Swilly Boy. It's got to be Swilly Boy, right?
Yeah. Put Swilly Boy on.
Which one is
the Last Supper one?
The Last Supper? Okay.
I think it's that one.
It just makes me so uncomfortable in the worst way. All right, Jesus, Ryan, I'll do it after this.
I'm Swilly Boy.
Hold on to your titties, Jesus Christ.
That's Swilly.
That's Swilly. Swilly. Let go, Ryan. Don't hurt Grace. Jesus. Like Timo Fidel Castro. I missed that, Daniel. That's so funny. He was talking about Bad Empanada. He called him Timo Fidel Castro.
That's actually fair.
Yeah.
That's a fair description.
Is my body, which I give to you.
That's Swilly.
That's Swilly.
It's a representation of my wish, not my gun.
This wine is a covenant in my blood.
It's so fucked up.
Josh, you can watch along with us if you pull my stream up.
Yeah.
Oh, Swilly alarm's going off. That's a Swilly thing to sway.
It's a Swilly thing to say.
Receive this wine, and you will have eternal life.
No way. That's the swilliest thing I've ever heard anyone sway.
Sorry, who are you?
I'm Swilly Boy.
Which notifications?
What?
Swilly Boy.
Swilly Boy? Sorry, what? Sorry.
Swilly.
Sorry, do you know who this? Simon, do you know
Swilly.
who?
Silly, I think it's saying silly.
Swilly.
Oh, these
Silly.
notifications.
Swilly.
Silly what?
Not Swilly, Swilly.
This is my personal one.
Silly boy.
Swilly Boy.
Silly boy.
Swilly.
Swilly.
I think you're saying silly, but in a silly way.
So what's your name?
My name is Swilly Boy.
Your name is Silly Boy.
And when somebody's being swilly, that's when I sway something.
And what are you doing here?
Well, I'm just saying that's not wine. That looks like Pepsi to me.
No, this is wine.
That's Pepsi.
Well, it's blood.
Looks like Pepsi Cola.
Sorry, Pepsi what?
Pepsi Cola.
Pepsi Cola.
Cola?
Cola.
Cola?
Cola. Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola?
Coca-Cola.
As in like cola?
Coca-Cola.
No, this is wine.
Oh, I thought you said it was your blood.
Well, yes, it's metaphor. Yes.
That's Swilly.
Could we just maybe drink the
With
wine
that
and
walking
remember that it's my
behaviour
blood?
like
My penis is made out of Pepsi.
Excuse me?
His penis is made out of Pepsi.
Yeah, no, I heard that part.
Look.
I've got some stuff I think. Do you mind if I get back to it?
Okay, I'm Swilly. Do you want a drink from my penis?
No, I've got the wine, man. You're good with wine.
Okay.
Okay.
Swilly.
Could you put the collar away?
I love to get off.
What?
I love to get off.
He loves to get off.
Love to what?
Loves to get off.
I said love to get off.
I love to get off.
Love to get off?
Love to get off.
Are you picking up on what he's saying here, Simon?
Yeah, he loves to get off. He's getting off now. He's jacking his own. He's jacking his LA ice, and he's getting off. Is what he's saying. There it is. There.
Biggest dickers.
It's fucking weird, man. He's putting me off. He's like really. Who invited this guy? Peter, if in future you can just keep an eye on who's coming and who's not.
I don't know him.
With you, Blue. Yes, you, Blue. We know each other.
What are you saying?
I came to your house last week. You asked me to wash your feet.
No, I didn't.
He had poo-poos and wee-wees all on his feet.
I did not.
I know that one.
Them.
You know that I'm the guy that
them
washes
with my
feet.
mouth.
Pardon?
I washed them with my mouth. Yes, I would.
You saying this guy sucked your feet, Simon?
I didn't suck my fucking feet.
I don't have an issue with that. Like, you know, horses for courses, all that.
I do shit. I don't know this.
Would you like a drink from my pointer?
No. I don't like LA ice.
This guy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna get back.
Koala is a representation of my piss.
Cole's representation of his piss.
Of his piss?
The koala is a representation of my piss, not my crumb.
Not his cum.
So the wine and the bread thing is very important to me.
Oh, word, he was made without no crumb.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Can you speak up? If this is a...
He said he thought you were made without cum.
I was made without cum?
That's what I heard on the grapevine. And I think that's Sweary.
So you do know who I am?
Well, I know that you're Sweary.
As has been said, sorry, I was going to do a whole thing, but one of you is going to betray me, is basically...
Oh, guilty. With me. I betrayed Jesus.
He says he's guilty.
Yeah, I heard him. I don't know you, man. How can you betray me?
Well, I could be a sneaky spy.
Are you seriously saying you're going to betray me?
Yeah.
Because it's a big job, all right?
Well, I did betray you.
How?
Well, I double parked you.
You double parked?
You double parked?
A little more intense than that?
Well, it's pretty forewarned.
So, no, someone's going to...
You can't reverse out of that spot anymore.
So you double... I can't reverse... I don't have a car, man.
Yeah.
I'm a carpenter from 2,000 years ago. I don't have a car.
2,000 years ago.
True whiz. Speak now.
It's Judas. It's my friend Judas.
What?
All right.
One, you true.
Sorry, I'm so sorry, man. Can you shut the up? Can you shut the man, I'm trying to be calm. What?
Wait, I'm just waiting. It's very sweary to come in here.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about silly, all right? That's not my thing.
So
my
when
thing
Sweary
is
boy
calm.
comes in, my
All right,
thing
I'm a
is
calm
pointing
guy.
out
I'm trying to
what's
start
Sweary,
some
who's
shit
Sweary,
here.
and
I'm trying to
Jesus
make
was
some...
being
I'm trying to
Sweary.
get... There is some work that has to
I know
continue
there's
after
work
I
to be
go.
done,
This
and
is
my
my
work,
last
you do
opportunity.
your work, you
Do
build
you
your
understand this?
fucking-
This is
you
my
build your
last
fucking
opportunity to
shit,
make
you
this
build your
happen.
fucking-
There's not
you
going to
build
be a
your
follow-up
majors
meeting.
and street,
After
and
this
my
prison,
prison,
I'm in prison, I'm dead. Yeah, but do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Yeah, that's great. That's great. I didn't ask about silly. I didn't ask about silly. I'm going to be in prison and then I'm going to be dead. This is my last opportunity to get some continuity with these guys. If you this, they're going to be fighting. They're going to break it up. We're going to see a lot of death for thousands of years because of you.
Is your blood type Pinot Noir?
Jeez, my last temptation is not kicking this guy in the balls.
Auntie Donna. Alright. Aaron earned an iron urn. I have seen it. But it's still funny.
I said, bottom accents, say this phrase out loud. Earn, and earn. Hold on, my earn. Aaron, earn, and iron, earn. Damn, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Let me see it. Earn. Let me see it. Earn, the iron, earn. What? Earn, the iron, earn. No, Aaron earned an iron earn. Earn. Dummy. Earn, and earn. Yo, what's earn? Dummy. It's Aaron. It's earned, and iron earn, dummy. Aaron earned and iron earn. Earned and iron earn. Fuck it, iron, bro.
Fucking Baltimore accent, bro. Alright, cold ones. Let's do it. What do we got? What do we got, baby? Tell me which video. Which video should we watch? Who was here? Scarecrow! What's up, buddy? Uh-oh. You're muted, bud.
What's up, good looking?
How's it going, buddy? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're here. You know what that means. Someone's got to come on screen. Oh, you know it. Yeah, where is Nuclear? Well, he was streaming earlier. I wonder if he's still streaming. Hang on. Twitch.com. And then, yeah, Mika's gonna make an appearance. Nope. He's not live. I don't know where Nuclear is. He does on Twitch. I'll send you his @ Come here, baby girl. Come here. You've been redeemed. A ticket to see you has been redeemed. Hello. That's a girl. You sleepy? Are you sleepy? You want peanut? Say hello. Say hello. That's a girl. Ready?
She's so... Oh,
Come
my
here.
God.
Come here.
Queen! Queen!
Good girl. Oh. She's a big girl. She's 70 pounds. I'll kiss that snoot.
Absolute queen.
Kiss that snoot. Mwah. You're my big girl. Yes, you are. You want to wear one of the tanky hats? You want to wear a tanky hat? Let's give you a tanky hat. Tanky hat time. That's... Nope. Put your head down a little bit. Stay. There you go. Tanky hat Mika. Soviet soldier Mika.
Strasvudanya.
You can't pool points.
Slouch. Slonche. Slonche.
Daniel, you son of a bitch.
Jordan, I have to ask you.
What's up? Go ahead, babes.
I see Iran and Israel are in a ceasefire.
You betcha.
Iran has the upper, or I'm sorry, Israel has the upper hand.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that this ceasefire is going to be anything more than the Russian ceasefire on, like, let's be honest. Let's be honest with each other right now.
Honestly, this is like one of the most I don't knows.
Russia on Easter. Russia on Easter, right?
This is one of the most I don't knows of the last couple years potential ceasefires. It is super up in the air.
Easter in Russia and the Ukraine was like a 5-day ceasefire.
Yeah.
And Russia blew the shit out of the Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm
in the
gonna
first,
be
like,
honest.
12
I
hours.
really don't know. Like, this situation with Iran has been so unpredictable in a lot of ways. Nobody's like telegraphing their moves. Everybody's all over the place. Like, I honestly don't know. But it seems like both of them want shit to end. But we'll see. Like, we'll see. Because obviously there's a desire for regime change on Israel's part within Iran. And Iran is pretty on the back foot. Like, they're pretty fucked for the most part.
Well, and I feel like a couple of days ago, me and you had talked about the same situation. And we said that this might be the one policy that Donald Trump can get right. Now, looking back on the last, like, I don't know, 8 days.
Yeah.
Looking at his cabinet, looking at the people that are around him, this is a fucking botch. This is a botch, brother.
Do you think so?
It's a botch. Yeah, 100%.
So what part specifically
100%.
are you? What part are you talking about specifically?
So I would say just initially, Tulsi Gabbard back in March said.
Oh, the Tulsi Gabbard thing. Can I talk about that for a second? Can I talk about that for a second, though? What she said is that Iran is not currently building a nuclear weapon.
She said that they have been enriching uranium for their infrastructure, right?
That's not what I heard her say. Saying they were enriching uranium for their infrastructure when they have 60% enriched uranium would have been a completely fucking retarded thing to say.
Okay. Yeah. Now we go back, what was it, 2 days ago, Pentagon official states that
an hour ago, Iran's foreign minister said no final decision on ceasefire.
Weapon capabilities. Okay. So I know I read this. 2 days ago, the Pentagon claims that major damage was inflicted. World leaders call for restraint, and Israel continues to strike Iranian targets. This is it is a proxy war when it comes to propaganda. But there was a Pentagon official that said it's far too soon to know if Iran has nuclear capabilities. It was not.
They don't currently. I don't think it's too early to know.
General Dan Kane.
I think it's very. Let me say this. I think it's very unlikely that Iran currently possesses a nuclear weapon.
Of course, and we've been like we have been monitoring. I'm sorry, we've been monitoring their nuclear capabilities for months, years, 20 years, 30 years. Like we know that they don't have the capability to possess weapons grade uranium.
However, it's quite important to note that to go from 60% to go from 60% uranium to 90% uranium, which is weapons grade.
2 months.
2 months is like a liberal estimate.
But they
could be much shorter than that.
Create a nuclear weapon. I don't think that they have shown
General Raisin Cane. Sorry. Go ahead.
They don't want to make a nuclear weapon. They really don't want to.
Who, Iran?
That's my position. I don't think that they want to make weapons grade uranium right now. I don't think that that's their that's not their focus. If that was what they wanted to do. They've had 60% uranium for the last 25 years. Why don't they have a nuclear weapon?
Because we've stopped them a lot of times.
But we've given them the courtesy to let them enrich further, right? Under Obama, right?
So intelligence says, a lot of intelligence has said that was the case up until October 7th. And that after October 7th, their uranium enrichment program had gone back into work, essentially.
So here's my question. After October 7th, were the Houthis or the Hezbollah successful?
What?
Were the Houthis or Hezbollah successful after
Hezbollah is like that little dude.
He's a cute little guy.
Yeah,
I'll take a look.
Were they successful in doing what?
The Houthis, what is it? Arafat or
Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis are the three proxies.
But there's one more. It starts with
Yasser Arafat? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yasser Arafat's
no. Not Yasser Arafat. He's gone. If you're thinking
about Ansar Allah, that's just another name for the Houthis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have they been successful since October 7th? Or have they been getting
They've been getting
devastated?
toasted.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so.
Yeah, this is why Iran was accelerating their nuclear proliferation.
But
I feel like everybody has completely forgotten the fact that the IAEA went in and themselves said they were in violation of nuclear proliferation for the first time in several decades, 2 days before Israel decided to do the first strikes.
Well, Iran had assets. They had a focus on Iraq, right? During the war on terror.
Yeah.
If Iran wanted to do something, why wouldn't they have done it then?
Why doesn't anybody do anything at any time?
Now. But they haven't done it now.
So then why were they in violation of IAEA non-proliferation?
Is there any evidence that shows that they've gained weapons grade uranium in the last month?
Hang on. 60% enriched uranium. There is no civilian use for that. That's not entirely true.
They've had that for 30 years, though.
That's not entirely true. They've had it on and off at different points, but they were not supposed to have that now. Where are you getting
understand how to
hang on?
enrich
Where
to
are you getting the idea that they've just been sitting on 60% enriched uranium?
I'm not saying that they've been sitting on it. I'm saying that they've negotiated against their uranium program and their enrichment program for the last 30 years. And of course, they haven't just been sitting on 60% uranium.
So then why do they have it?
To enrich to 60%.
So why did they? Okay, but the problem here is they have 60% enriched uranium.
But that was what we granted them for their infrastructure, right?
No, you don't. There's no usage for anything higher than 20% enriched uranium for any civilian purpose.
If there wasn't, then why would we allow them 60%? And honestly,
we didn't.
Listen,
we never did. Nobody allowed them to enrich 60% uranium.
Now look, I've stood behind Israel the whole time, but I will say, when it comes to Iran, we're talking about a country that is very capable. They've known how to produce 60 to 90% uranium since the 80s.
Hang on. I need to say something here. I need to say a couple things that are really important. Number one, nobody is allowing them to have 60% enriched uranium. There's nowhere that says that they're allowed to have that. In fact, that's a direct violation of agreement. In the Obama agreement, they were allowed to have 60% enriched uranium?
That's the agreement that Trump shot down.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
that's not true.
They were not allowed to have 60%.
Yeah, that's not true at all. Who said that? Where did you get that from?
That's me. Their enrichment capabilities have been allowed since 2015.
No. That's not true. They were not. They were allowed to enrich for civilian use, which is mostly 4 to 5%, and up to at the very most 20% for medical devices. Anything higher than that is
civilians
on the way to weapons grade.
That use nuclear power are only enriching to 4 to 5%.
All of them.
None of them.
No, literally all of them.
Every country that has nuclear capabilities have never stopped at 4 to 5%.
Some of them, so there's medical and other uses that go up to 10 to 20%. If you go over 20%, the only reason is because you're working towards weapons grade.
What's America's enrichment percentage? What's Russia?
We have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons.
China?
They have nuclear weapons. They have nuclear weapons.
The UK?
They have nuclear weapons.
Okay. But what country that's capable of reaching nuclear enrichment stops at 4 to 5%?
All of the other ones. Literally all of the ones that have nuclear power.
fucking
that have
mud
nuclear
hut
power who
country,
don't
is what you're
have.
saying.
No,
Right?
literally all of the countries that have nuclear power
What
that
other
don't have
country?
nuclear weapons, or they
Portugal?
buy uranium from other countries that enrich it.
What's Portugal's nuclear enrichment right now?
Just, if I can just interject real quick. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
So for the details of the JCPOA, for 15 years, Iran agreed to enrich uranium only up to 3.67% and
There it
not to
is.
build heavy water facilities.
Oh,
So
right. That's
countries-
right. They have a heavy water facility too.
Go back in.
The terms of, so
Go
the
back
terms
in.
of
My
let me just
brother,
finish.
I love you. I love you so much. Go back in and find out how many countries that possess nuclear capability have stopped at 4.6%.
Countries with nuclear weapons are not required to be at 4.6%. That's not part of the nuclear.
How many
non-proliferation.
countries that possess nuclear capability stop at 4.6%?
All the countries that have signed
All
the
of them.
NPT.
Like all of them that
None
are
of them.
NPT signatories. Yeah. The only one that
So-
hasn't
so
was
who-
Switzerland, like in the 60s, and then everyone found out about it, and they got in big trouble for it.
And they found out because Switzerland came out with it in the late 80s and stopped.
You
of
can't
its own.
say that.
We can
There's
say
10
that.
countries that possess nuclear weapons that are
Yeah.
enriched past 90%.
And they're either not
You
part
don't-
of the NPT or they did so before the NPT.
Is Iran NPT?
Yes.
Yes. They are.
What makes them a part of the NPT?
They signed to it.
Okay. Who else signed to it? What
Well,
other
let me see.
countries?
So,
Yes,
for
please
instance,
tell me. And if it's
there
not
are-
fucking Iceland or Germany,
well,
then
for
this
instance,
is irrelevant.
Germany-
if you're
Germany-
going to say
Germany is
that Syria
non-nuclear
signed
country.
to the NPT, or
Germany-
fucking, or the Congo, if you're going to say some fucking third world country signed to this, then that's not fair. You're grading on a curve. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Well, no.
It's not about grading on a
Alright,
curve. It's about not letting people
how many
develop
countries-
nuclear weapons.
No, it is
The
about
NPT allows you to have enriched uranium up to a certain amount, up to a
Listen,
certain percentage.
I hated the war in Iraq.
That has
but
nothing
it
to
made
do with
sense
this.
because we were fighting against a third world country. Iran is not a third world country.
Iraq
Okay.
is not a third
It's
world.
not. It's not.
Iraq and
I don't know
Iran
what
were
that has to
here
do with that.
for a long
Iran is a global superpower. So please
No,
tell me
they-
the other
What?
countries that signed in the
What
NPT.
is
Iran
that?
is not a
You
global
think they're not?
superpower. No,
They
very much.
control
not.
20%. They control 20% of the oil.
That doesn't
They
make them a
control
superpower.
20%. No, it does. Yeah. What is one of the
military-
main countries that Russia and China, our adversaries, have been?
There's
flooding their money
190
into
countries
for the
that
last
are party.
15 years.
There
Iran.
are
It's
there
Iran.
are 190
Why are the
countries.
investments in Iran?
Excuse
Jordan,
me.
why are the
Excuse me.
investments?
One
I'm
second,
excusing
please.
you. Why are the investments in Iran?
There are 190 countries that are signatories to the NPT.
How many of them are first world?
Australia. Let me go down the
yeah,
list.
You know, we'll say France,
Canada.
I guess, but that's a tourist place.
Canada.
Australia is a tourist regime. None of these places are going to wage war.
Canada.
None of these places are a superpower. Why have so many
France.
billions and trillions of dollars of global
Germany.
money been poured? Germany has been killed since World War II. Look, we can siphon through it. None
Germany's
of
the
these
most
pla-
powerful economy in Europe. What are you talking about?
Do you think that they're able to wage
Japan,
war against their
Italy.
adversaries? Do you think that Germany, Japan, or Italy is capable of waging war against any of their adversaries right now?
Yes.
Germany
Yes.
is one of the
Right now.
most powerful countries
No,
in
they are
Europe.
not.
Yes, they are.
100%.
Nope,
They
they are not.
absolutely
Nope,
are.
they are not. No, they
Have
are
you
I have
not.
a misconception of Iran.
These are three broken states that we're talking
Netherlands.
about that have been absolutely chastised from the world market based off of World War II.
Nearly 100
talking
years
about-
ago.
You're
This is almost
talking about the
100 years ago.
three. Yeah, but what the fuck? Yeah.
Yes. The
100
countries like
Dude,
Italy
you're
and
talking about places that have been absolutely decimated.
100
World War
years
II.
ago, almost.
What are they? What's Germany's biggest market? What's their
Germany
biggest
is
import,
one of the
export?
biggest, probably
Steel?
the biggest economy in Europe.
What's their biggest import export? Steel, machine
I don't know,
parts.
let me look it up.
They have nothing. They have nothing.
Actually,
nothing.
do. Germany is one of the
they have
most
cars.
reliable
They have
companies for
Vehicles,
automobiles.
machinery,
They have nothing.
chemicals, electronics,
You know why?
electrical
What's their
equipment,
military look like?
pharmaceuticals.
What's their military?
Germany was actually one of the countries. For instance,
Chemicals,
the
pharmaceuticals, you're saying?
Nord Stream pipeline required a turbine that only Germany was able to, a company in Germany was able to
It's really
produce.
funny that you're pulling countries that are absolutely in avoidance of what we're doing on the Western Hemisphere. Germany hates America.
What?
You're pulling a country.
No, they
I
don't.
think your
Go look at
understanding
the
of the
polls.
international community is a little bit.
83% of German people right now say that Donald Trump is the fucking worst, is the worst factor in the war on peace right now.
Okay.
83% of Germany says the most detrimental person in the war on peace is Donald Trump. What have they done?
I mean,
What have
you're
done
talking
since
about
World
a
War II?
snapshot.
You're talking about they made Audi. What have they done since World War II? What have they done?
They are
Bosch?
I mean, okay, hang on.
Bosch? What have they done?
1 second.
They've done nothing.
Germany is the
They've done
third
nothing.
largest economy in the world.
What have they done with that economy? They've
Doesn't
done
matter.
nothing.
Hang on. What do you have to
They've
say to
done
that?
nothing.
Germany is the third largest economy
Yeah.
in the world.
Yes, I know.
Okay, so what are you talking about? They've done nothing. They're the third
What have
largest
they
economy
done?
on the planet.
What have they done, Jordan?
I'm
What have
looking
they
at the
done?
numbers. It doesn't matter. I'm looking at the numbers.
They've done nothing. They've done nothing.
Okay, so why are
quick
they the
question.
third
They
largest?
hoarded
Why
money
are they the
to fight
third
China.
largest economy in the world?
They have made superior engineering for years, and they have done nothing with it. They've done nothing. They've done nothing. They built you
Their economy
You
is
drive on the
larger.
highway.
Hang on, their economy is larger than countries that do have nuclear weapons, and they
That's
are
great.
not.
What have they done with it? What have they done?
I don't understand what your point is. We were talking about nuclear
What
proliferation.
have they done?
We're talking
How have
about
they saved the
nuclear
world?
proliferation.
Global terrorism.
How have
for
they
one.
stopped anything?
They-
They've done nothing.
They took
They
part
sat
in
there and they
wars.
hoarded
I don't
money,
know what.
just like China. China is the first economic superpower of the fucking world. What have they done?
China's
They've done
not
nothing.
the largest economy in the world.
Yeah.
Who is? Who
We
is?
are.
Oh, that's fucking hilarious.
No,
That's
it's true.
hilarious.
You know,
It's
Our
literally
stock market
true.
has collapsed.
Take a look at the
Deny it.
6
screen.
months
That's the
straight.
economy.
That
Take
is
a look at the
hilarious.
screen.
I don't give a fuck about that screen. I don't care. I don't care. No.
Okay.
What is our stock market? What has our stock market done for 6 months straight? What has it done?
That's irrelevant.
Who is winning? Who is winning, Jordan?
What do you mean?
Who's winning? China. Who's winning?
I don't think
Who's
it's that
losing?
simple.
Oh, you think it's China? You think it's us? You
No, I
think
just
we're
don't
winning?
think. I don't think you can characterize
Who's
it that
winning?
simply. Trump's
No,
actions.
it can be characterized that simply.
Dude,
Who has
dude,
sat there, been silent, and just
if we're
reaped the
gonna have a
benefits?
conversation, we gotta have a conversation. If you're gonna ask me questions, you gotta
I'm
let me
listening
talk.
to you.
Okay? Come on.
I'm listening to
Like,
you.
let's bring it down.
Who's-
Let's bring it down a couple notches, all right, buddy? Let's
Who's
just have a
winning,
conversation, all right?
I'm listening to you.
All right.
What is our best benefit of our United States superior economy in the last 6
Neighbor
months?
Rooney, welcome, buddy. Let's take a look at the Dow Jones over the last 6 months.
Dow Jones, look at the last 6 months. Don't just look at
Yeah.
today. Look at the last
No,
6
I
months.
want to. So we're down about 0.76%. We're down about 325 points over the last 6 months. So there was a point
That's
where we
fucking
were
disgusting.
down very, very far, and it was a lot worse.
Where
Obviously,
were
the
we at in the last 6
uncertainty.
months of the Biden regime? You know this. You know this, Jordan. Where
Dude,
were
I'm
we
not.
at in the last
Hang
6
on.
months
Hang on.
of Joe
Listen.
Biden?
I'm not going to
We
argue
have
with
to
you
be honest with
about
each other.
Trump's tariff policy. I think it's very, very stupid.
It's not about tariffs. It's about impulsive, stupid, ridiculous, ignorant behavior. I don't care if it means a war with Iran. We have gone nowhere but down. Let's look for the last 2 years.
Look, I hear you, buddy. I hear you, and I agree with a lot of what's behind what you're saying. But, like, you know, I want to talk about specifics here. And if we're talking about Iran, if we're talking about nuclear proliferation, there are very clear laws.
Let's look at
there are very
the last 2
clear.
years.
There are very clear stipulations to the non-proliferation treaty that Iran violated, and I believe Israel's actions and Trump's actions were justified. And now there's a ceasefire supposedly. We'll see if that lasts.
I'm going to stay on your rhetoric because you're one of the most intelligent people that I know. Let's take those 6-month numbers and push them back 2 years. Where are we at right now?
We're up
2 years.
We're up from 2 years ago.
From 2 years ago?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I need to see this. Share your screen.
Take a look.
And show me this.
Yeah, take a look on the screen.
2 years ago.
Yeah. So we'll take what?
From 2023. You're going to tell me that
Okay. So 2023, what is it? June?
Also on a sidebar, look up unemployment in the United States of America right now.
Well, if we want to talk about other metrics, we can talk about other metrics.
No,
but we were
these are the key metrics,
buddy.
That produce an economy.
Buddy, can we please just have a conversation?
Listen,
we don't need to
you cannot balance the economy of a country based on the fact that a couple of fucking billionaires made $10 billion.
Look, if we want to look at unemployment, we can look at unemployment, okay? But we started talking about the stock market. Remember, that's what you brought up. I'm happy to jump over to unemployment.
We should
There's
do both.
No problem.
No, we should do both. We should do both.
Well, okay. So before we move on,
economy, that's fine.
Before we move on,
we can talk about the economy. How many billions of dollars has Elon Musk made this year?
I don't know. Too much.
How many billions of dollars has Trump made this year?
Too fucking much.
Mark Zuckerberg and all these people. So we have to look at the truth. We have to look at the actual.
What is the truth that you are ascertaining?
Our economy is being fucking stimulated based off the fact that the billionaires have made so much and the little people have made nothing. So let's look at fucking unemployment.
Okay. So before we move on, buddy, I gotta stop you here. I am not in favor of Donald Trump's economic policy, but I just want to be realistic when we're talking about the numbers. If we're talking about 2 years ago, that was still under Joe Biden. From 2 years ago until when Trump took over, the stock market went up by a shit ton. So comparatively, the amount that it went down, that's wrong.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
It collapsed for fucking 4 months. What are we saying?
You didn't listen.
Are you literally telling me
you didn't listen
that when
to what I
Donald Trump
said?
got elected,
no, you didn't listen to what I said.
His stock market went up.
You didn't listen to what I said, buddy. That wasn't very fair or nice of you to do. Okay.
I'm listening.
What I said was from the point 2 years ago up until Donald Trump took office, the stock market went up by
up.
Please let me finish.
We did go up.
Yeah. So
you're right.
So let me just finish my thought here, okay? So even taking into the account the amount that Donald Trump fucked the stock market since he got in, it's still higher than it was 2 years ago at this point because of how much it went up under those last 2 years under Biden. Do you get what I'm saying?
Unemployment, brother?
Now we can move on to unemployment, and that's fine.
You're right.
Let's move on to unemployment.
But where is unemployment? Where is current wages? The wage that you got paid a year ago, 2 years ago, where's that wage now?
So unemployment right now, I believe the last time I took a good look at these, they were very slightly ticking up or about staying the same. Yeah.
Where is inflation right now?
Unemployment right now is at 4.2 for May. In April, it was 4.2.
Let's
In
look-
March,
let's
it
look
was
in
4.2. In February, it was
Humor me.
4.1. And January, it was
Humor
4.0.
me.
So it's ticked up about
Humor me.
0.2% since Trump came in. What do you want to look at?
Humor me though. Humor me though.
I'm
Look
not sure
at
that's right.
the rate of unemployment in the IT field after the federal workers have been fired from their jobs.
I mean, there are not good
Federal
signs in
work-
the employment market.
Yeah. There's nothing there.
I agree with you.
There
There's
is
a lot
no
of bad
job.
shit.
There's
Right?
no job for a tier 2 IT tech
Boom. There
who
it
has gone
is.
through their core plus, their A plus,
Yep.
their security plus, their
IT jobs are not
there
good
is
right
no
now.
job anymore.
So
These people are out of work.
IT field is currently fluctuating, with current reports showing a rise in January 25 to 5.7. That is not good.
What happened in January 2025? Federal workers got fucking fired.
A lot of them got
for
fired,
no
right.
reason.
Significantly
And
above the
they
national
started
average.
taking every IT job, and you cannot get an IT job right now based on the fact that there were federal government workers that are taking those positions. Am I right or am I wrong, Jordan?
Of course you're right.
Let's
Do
be
you
honest.
think well, no, hang on. Do you think I'm saying that Donald Trump is good for the economy and employment?
Of course not. Of course
Okay,
not.
so then of course,
not.
like I agree, but I just
think-
want to be, you know, you know me, I always want to be honest about the figures, right? Because it only helps us to know the figures and talk about them honestly. The figures are on our side. Figures are on our side.
Iran chill. I'm not going to be a fucking Kyle Kalinske. I'm not going to
Plus,
do
it's
this shit.
over, buddy. We should
I'm
be
not gonna
happy. It's over. Their nuclear program is fucked. We can be happy. We can feel safe. It's okay.
Brother,
good.
we're not happy. We're not happy.
Well, I'm happy.
We're not happy. The things that me and you said were going to happen from Trump getting elected are happening. We're fucked. We're way more fucked.
We're in a
Then
ceasefire right now. We'll see what
MAGA
happens.
actually told us the truth. Listen, if MAGA was really serious about no new wars and all this bullshit,
Yeah, it's
then we're
hypocritical
10
as shit.
times more fucked.
I
We're
agree
10
with you.
times more fucked
It's hella
than what they said to
hypocritical.
us.
Super hypocritical.
We're 10 times more fucked. We're 10
It's
times
super
more fucked.
hypocritical. But my issue was I didn't care about the no new wars. That was never my policy. My policy position has always been war if I think it's justified. And that's always been my position.
Okay, all right. Here's my question to you.
Yeah.
And I have supported Israel in a lot of this. And
I know
maybe
you have.
people make fun of me for it. Maybe people make fun of me for it. They
fuck
try to say
people.
that I do this, that, and the third.
Ah,
I don't give a
fuck
fuck
people.
about people.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, at this point in time, there are so many people out here right now that are desperate to have some sort of perspective or understanding of what's going on, and nobody knows. It's only the people that actually pay attention, right? It's only the people that are sitting here watching, and you can watch all you want, but it doesn't matter unless you're actually paying attention to the silver lining, right? This is an Israel thing. I don't think that Israel should be the lesser end. I really don't.
Right.
But at the same time, there are people right here, right now, that we love and we believe in, and they don't have a voice. They have nothing. We're fucked.
So when
here.
you say that, what do you
We're
like?
fucked,
Just so
brother.
I understand more specifically what you mean. What do you mean when you say like they don't have a voice? What are you trying to say exactly so I understand?
What has this conflict in the Middle East done for any person that you love here in America? What has it done?
Well, I mean, I'm Jewish. It's been pretty important for us.
Well, you're also atheist, so we have to be real about this.
No, I'm ethnically Jewish. They don't give a shit
based
what
off
I
of birth.
believe in.
You're based off of birth, but you're a scientist. So let's be honest.
Yeah, but like if the Nazis come around, they don't give two shits about what I believe in.
Well, if the Nazis come around, we're gonna do our best to fucking weed them out. And
my
I'm not gonna
point
say
is,
this because it's
hang
POF.
on, just stick with me
I'm
here.
not gonna say this.
My
because
point
POF.
is this
Listen,
issue in the Middle East has been very important to me. It's been very important to my family, to a lot of my Jewish friends.
That's true.
Yeah, and
That's true.
so And
but
so,
what about the Nazis right here in America?
Yeah, fuck them up too.
And if
What do
they
you mean?
come, listen, here's my thing. If Nick Fuentes comes and runs up in your house, I will be there to fucking defend you.
And
right?
if he does it to you, I'll do the same for you,
we're
good buddy.
We're on the same
course we are.
understanding of this.
Of course,
when
we
it
are.
comes to the Middle East, who's still losing here at home? All of us. You, me.
Well, yeah, but I don't think
our friends, our family.
Let me say this. I obviously don't support Trump. I'm obviously very pissed about a lot of the stuff he's doing here at home. The issues in the Middle East are a separate issue to me. And I'm going to compartmentalize them. I can look at what's going on in the Middle East and have an opinion on that, and simultaneously have a different opinion on what's going on at home. And so
I was here a week ago. I talked to you and I said this might be the one thing that Trump does right.
Yeah, I think
I
he
told
did.
you that.
I think
we
he did.
agreed.
Yeah.
And I do believe that me and you see this the same way. But
Yeah.
he has not done this right, brother.
So what is it that
he hasn't?
So explain to me what it is exactly you think that was done wrong about this situation.
Bombing Iran.
Well, remember, if you recall our conversation a week ago,
Absolutely
that was what we were talking
cutting
about.
off negotiations. He cut off total
Well,
negotiations.
that's not true. As soon as the issue with Israel
He
started...
said he did.
Hang on. Iran cut off negotiations. As soon as the issue with Israel started...
That's not true.
I can show you right now, actually.
I can show you where Donald Trump said, I will not negotiate, and we will show a hand of force. And we know where the supreme leader of Iran is, and we will not strike him, but we will strike Iran. This is a real thing, Jordan.
Iran rejects U.S. talks after Trump gives 2-week deadline to allow for negotiations. There's one.
What did he say before that? Jordan?
So I remember the specific announcement.
2 days before that, Trump said, I will not have negotiations with Iran.
No. In fact, I remember specifically, as soon as this started,
but it's in
Trump
history.
was saying, please, let's continue negotiating. And they said no, because Israel was bombing them.
No, Jordan. No, Jordan.
Can you show me that?
Yeah.
Please. Send me a link.
I got you. He definitely... He said what you said. And then he fucking... Dude, he greenlit Israel to bomb the fuck out of Iran. Come on, man. I'm not a Palestinian fucking supporter. I'm not a Hamas supporter. I'm not a no. Come on, man. We got to be honest with each other. Like, history is what it is, brother. Like,
Neighboruni, the issue wasn't to hit the uranium. The issue was to hit the facilities where the centrifuges are that could enrich the uranium. They may have moved the uranium, but the most important thing was to take care of their ability to actually enrich the uranium. Now, obviously, we don't necessarily know the full details of whether that was a direct hit or not, but, you know, there's a lot of people... You can't just move the centrifuges like that.
Dude, it's so clear when you look at the Republican side of this thing. Like, J.D. Vance didn't know what the fuck he was doing.
So wait, Neighboruni, why are we just assuming that they didn't?
Pete Hegseth did not know what the fuck he was doing because he was sitting there fucking manipulating Come on, Jordan. You know Trump. Don't do this, man.
I'm hearing a lot of speculation, and I'm not seeing a lot of evidence, buddy. So, like, if you're gonna... They have said they're uncertain of the extent of the damage. I would agree we are uncertain of the extent of the damage.
I'm agnostic, but if I was to believe in anything, I would
Why
believe
are we just... Hang on, Neighboruni. If they're uncertain of the extent of the damage, how can you assume that you know the lack of extent of the damage? You're saying such a fucking waste as if you know that they didn't do anything. How do you know that?
Jordan, come on, man.
I would love for all of you
We have
guys to
to
give
sort of
me some evidence, please.
We need to establish
Every
things.
single one of you could give me some evidence and clear this up real fucking quick, okay?
I feel like you.
How can I
feel
assume
like-
that they
and-
did?
and I love-
Because
I love
I
you
know
so
they
much.
hit the
I love you
sites.
so
I
much.
do know that they hit the sites. That's what I know. And
I love
apparently
you
the
so
things
much,
were at the
Jordan.
sites. If they moved them from the
I
sites,
love you so
then
much,
we don't
Jordan,
know.
but you might be fucking compromised right now, brother.
Holy
You might have
shit.
just given up. You might have given up on the true truth.
Holy shit.
To believe in what you believe.
Okay,
And
I'm
that's
not
fine,
I'm not
dude.
going to entertain these
Fine.
kinds of arguments, buddy. We're not going to do that, okay?
Bro,
if
come
you're
on.
going to have the discussion, you're going to give me the facts. You're not going to say you're
It is
compromised.
absolutely absurd and untrue. What do you think Trump has been doing this whole time? He told Iran, I'm giving you 2 weeks to get into negotiations. Bomb them the next fucking day.
Hang on.
Let's
This was
be
after.
fucking
This was after the
honest.
bombing started. So 5 days ago. So 5 days ago is when he said this. This was after all of this started.
I tried to see this from your side, buddy.
No. You just sent me something that happened after the war started. You need to tell me that negotiations weren't happening before the war started.
Who
That Trump
started
did not
the
have.
fucking war? Negotiations were definitely started before the war. There was a
and they were
60-day
going.
ceasefire. And then at 61 days, Iran got bombed. Jordan, come on, man. Come on. I will love you. I will be here. I will ride for you. I will sit here
I
right
feel
before
like
you.
I feel like this is exactly the opposite. I feel like the just hatred for Trump is like gonna get in the way of a reasonable assessment
No.
of this issue.
I'm not a far leftist ass fucking socialist. I'm not.
Neither am I.
I've been.
No, I'm not a righty. I'm not a Trump supporter. I fucking hate Trump. But this has nothing to do with that.
I've been trying to understand Israel's position on this since October 7th.
Yeah, why do you think
I've
they're
been
doing
trying
this?
to.
Because
But
Iran has been
you have
developing
to
nuclear
be-
weapons.
Dude,
Well, enriching
you think Iran-
uranium in order
do
to
you
develop
think
nuclear
Iran-
weapons. And in fact, like other countries have been on board with this. I don't understand why suddenly it's just us.
I'm begging you.
France agreed with this. The Netherlands agreed. Like all of these other countries have been super critical of Israel
No,
this
the
whole time.
G7. The G7 overwhelmingly disagreed with this.
That's not true. They may have publicly made statements of, "Oh, we want to push for
They
peace,"
disagree
but all
with
of the leaders
Jordan,
have come out and they have
come
said
on,
Iran
brother.
cannot have nuclear weapons.
Bro. Come on. I totally side
Because
with
they
you when it
have to
comes down
kiss the
to-
ring? Yeah, because they've done that in Gaza, neighborhoony.
I will support Judaism. I will love all of my Jewish brothers and sisters. I will be more than fine doing that. But when it comes down to reality and history, brother, you are spinning this the way that you want to spin it.
Okay.
That's the
I don't know
truth.
how else to argue this.
What
You
did
guys
Iran-
don't have anything to
what did
actually
Iran
show
do?
me. You guys have nothing to show me. You're making a point
What did
that we
Iran
made this
do?
huge mistake without any evidence to bring it up. I'm not saying this
Are you gonna
operation was
say-
entirely successful. I'm waiting to find out
Are
just
you
like
gonna
you guys
say-
are. But y'all are jumping the gun on this. So, like,
Are you going to say
until
that
I have
Iran-
evidence to say that this
Jordan.
was or wasn't successful, I'm going to continue looking at this as if it was the right move to go after a country that was obviously enriching
me ask
uranium
you
in
a
order to
question.
make a nuclear weapon. I mean, like, this is crazy.
So let me ask you a question. What started this war? And if you say October 7th, then what the fuck was the last year and a half, 2 years of bombing all sorts of buildings? We supported Israel bombing Palestine. If you're going to say that Iran started this with October 7th, then what the fuck? What the fuck, man? Why would you go and attack them at home? This is an offensive. Israel did this. They attacked Iran head on. Iran may very well have used proxies to fucking shoot
Okay.
down certain buildings on October 7th.
No, kill people. Kill a lot of people and take hostages.
Well, fuck, brother. Let's be honest. Israel kills a lot of people, right?
Yeah,
And I've tried to
afterwards to get the
understand.
hostages back.
I've tried to understand it, but you're going to say after the fact. But what did Iran do this whole time? You're saying they have 60% enrichment.
Wait. How do you think Hamas, Hezbollah, and Houthis even exist in the first place?
How do you think, if you think that Iran has close to nuclear weapons right now, then for the last year, what the fuck you think they've been doing? Just jerking off in the corner?
Obviously, they restarted their nuclear program. According to intelligence,
Why
they
would they
restarted
restart
their nuclear program
when they're at
on
60%
October
enrichment?
7th.
Why would they do that? They were given access to get to 60% enrichment. Why would
No,
they
they were not.
restart
They
it?
were not. I don't know why you keep saying
we looked
this.
over the
Nobody says
split.
this.
They were
This is
given
not the case. This is not in
3.65%.
any treaty anywhere. Nowhere does it say that they were allowed to have 60% enrichment. If you can show me that, I'll grant that to you. But you can't show me that because nobody says that.
Jordan, if you can show me that Iran was not at 60% nuclear enrichment, uranium enrichment, in October 7th, then I will agree with you.
Wait,
It's
what?
not-
I don't. It's not. What's not about
They
October
have-
7th? What are you talking
Not
about?
that they were, and it's not that they.
That's when this
it's not-
started.
That's when they
listen,
restarted their
for-
program.
Why would they restart if they're already there, bro?
Their program had- just for
They
a
were
moment.
not already there on October 7th.
Where were
They
at
restarted the
October 7th? Where was
program
their
on
nuclear
October 7th,
Where was their-
according to the
where was their
intelligence that we
nuclear
have.
enrichment? Where was their nuclear enrichment on October 7th? Where was it at?
I am not sure.
60%.
Let's look up the IAEA
Did you show me
report.
that?
Look it up.
Look up the IAEA report.
IAEA.
You
Go
know
look it
that they
up.
were
No,
at
you have to
60%
look
on October 7th? You
Dude,
know
they
that?
have not made a move. They have not made a move forward on their nuclear
How do you,
program. in
where are
30
you
fucking
getting
years.
this from? Where are you getting this from?
This is based on the actual department that actually fucking
No,
goes.
no,
and-
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, buddy. That's not true. The IAEA has been going in and doing inspections for years, okay? And this was the first time they were found to be in violation in years. So no, that is incorrect. You've been talking over me the whole time, buddy. You have been talking over me the whole
I'm not gonna let
time.
you dunk on me. You have to show me. I'm not gonna. If you want to dunk on me, then show me that Iran was not at the same enrichment on October 7th that they are right now.
If we're going to make a
Show me.
positive claim, then we need to be
Are
able
you
to
going
show
to
me.
are you gonna let me talk?
You're the one that's blaming them for the elevation. You're the one that's blaming them.
Are
for the
you gonna let me?
escalation.
If you're
So
gonna say show me, then you need to let me talk and actually tell you about it and show you.
I'll mute my mic for 10 minutes. Show me that Iran on October 7th was not capable the way that they are today of nuclear enrichment, uranium weapons grade enrichment. Show me.
So
right
first
now.
of all, they kicked out
In a year.
inspectors in 2024. When they came in, May 31st or late May?
I want the
or
uranium
less
numbers,
even,
brother.
Of
I want numbers. I want the numbers, brother.
Okay.
I want uranium science. I want numbers, brother. Show me that they were not capable, by the way of mathematics science, that they were not capable of enriching uranium a year ago. Less than a year ago.
No. That is not correct. Being capable of enriching uranium and actually having enriched uranium are two different things.
It's been 7-8 months. Show me that they weren't able to do this on October 7th. Right now.
Wait, no. Whether
October.
they were
This is
able
what
or
it is.
capable to and doing it are also two different things.
They've been capable to for 30 years. We
Right,
know this.
correct. Right. And on separate
But
occasions, we
show
have
me
stopped
that
them
they
from
were-
doing
show-
it. Have you not
show me
looked at the
that right now.
IAEA report? Have you not looked at it?
I'm asking you to show me. Show me that they were less capable on October 7th to complete a nuclear grade, weapons grade uranium bomb on October 7th than they are right now.
Okay. I'm going to show you the IAEA report that showed that they were in violation of the non-proliferation treaty.
No,
they
I don't
go
want that.
in,
I want you
in.
to show me the exact comparison from then on October 7th to right now.
They go in
If it's
every
if it's
year.
no different, your argument is null and void.
They go in every year to
Because
do an
why in the
inspection.
fuck? Why in the fuck? If Iran had capabilities to
I thought you
produce
said you were going to
weapons-grade
mute your
uranium-
mic, buddy.
Buddy,
You
you're
gotta
not
let me
listening to
talk.
me.
No, you keep interrupting me.
But
You
you're
are
not
not
listening to
listening. You have interrupted me so many times. It's only fair that you let me
I'm
speak.
listening to you.
Okay. Every
And
year
I'm
they
coming
go
on
in
the
and
side
they
of-
do an inspection, and this is the first time that they were not in compliance with the treaty.
Why was that?
Because they were enriching
What caused
uranium.
But who caused that?
What do you mean? They decided to.
Who broke the treaty?
They did. Iran broke the treaty.
That's absurd.
What do you-
Donald Trump
The treaty,
passed-
even though Trump pulled out.
broke the agreement.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that they have the right to, because under the nuclear
It doesn't mean they
non-proliferation
have the right to, but if you're gonna fucking snipe them in the middle of the night,
That's
why
their-
are they gonna sit here and play like some little bitch? Why are they gonna play like
Because
some ploy?
look, if it's not okay.
What's
the
happening
problem
right
is,
now?
even though they backed out of the JCPOA, even though Trump backed out of the JCPOA, they still were not. They just did not have the right by the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. Let me finish just for a second. By the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty that they signed, they did not have the right to enrich uranium past 20%, and certainly not to 60%, which the only
Once
use of
Donald
that is
Trump-
for a weapon. It doesn't matter. But
No, it
they
does
were
matter.
still part of
No,
treaty
it
they were
was
still
doesn't.
part of
broken.
The
Why
treaty is the
talking
treaty.
about this?
The treaty has nothing to
The
do with what Donald
JCPOA
Trump
is-
did.
Once it's broken.
The treaty
No,
has nothing
when
to
Trump
do
broke
with what
it-
Donald Trump
No.
did. Nuclear
broke
proliferation
the
is
treaty.
nuclear
What are you talking
proliferation. If they broke the
No.
treaty, which they did
Okay.
before
This is-
Israel did
this is
anything.
insane.
No,
This
it's
is
it's
insane.
literally the
You're
law.
saying
And-
if I promise my
Scarecrow,
neighbor,
can we-
listen. You're saying if I promise my neighbor that he knows that I have guns, I know that he has guns, and I promise him that I won't shoot his house up, and he promises me that he won't shoot my house up, and then he shoots my house up because Donald Trump says shoot my house up, that it's my fault. You're saying
None
dude,
of this
is
happened until
insane.
after they were found in
This is
violation of
exactly
the
what
treaty.
happened.
Wait, no, hang
Donald
on,
Trump
buddy.
I think we need to just separate the two.
None of this
real quick.
happened until after they were found in violation of the treaty.
What'd they
Scarecrow,
do?
can we just say
What'd they
something?
do?
Can I just say something?
What'd they do?
Can we agree on one thing, that the JCPOA and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty are not the same? They're two separate agreements. Can we just start there?
So, are you going to say that there's a loophole in here where somebody just
No.
absolutely
Can I?
fucked the other person and we're just sitting
No.
here stuck?
No.
It's like
Can
me
I-
saying,
can
hey,
I- can I
neighbor,
just say something?
I'll take your mail to your front door and I have guns in my house and I know you have guns in your house. And as long as you don't shoot into my house, I won't shoot into your house. But I'll keep bringing your mail. And if I bring your mail up to your door and you shoot me, that's a fucking, we're fine. I
That's
told you
different.
I would bring your mail to your
That's-
house.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. But can we start from the baseline? JCPOA and the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty are two different things, okay?
What do they
And we just-
both attend to? What do they both
No,
They're still gonna have to dig
so
a
the
big
JC
underground thing, neighbor Ernie.
So
I
for
don't think
instance,
I don't think
the
we're gonna see
Nuclear
them jumping right back
Non-Proliferation-
into it anytime soon.
The
Even if
Nuclear
they did move them.
Non-Proliferation Treaty has three purposes. So the aims of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty are non-proliferation, i.e. signatories agreeing
So they can
not
get
to
people
develop their weapons. The second pillar of it is disarmament, which promotes those countries that agree to disarm. And the third is peaceful use. So for the countries that don't want to disarm,
I'm assuming
they
there's
agree
going to
to
be
share their
denuclearization
they agree to share their technology
stipulations
with
to the
countries that
ceasefire.
don't have it. Can you hear me still?
Can you repeat that, Daniel?
So there are three pillars to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty.
Oh
The first is non-proliferation, the second is disarmament, and the third is peaceful uses. So
Hey, Daniel,
the
let
first
me-
part
let me
is
ask
to
you a
prevent.
question. Let me
Yeah.
ask you a question. Do you think Donald
Okay,
Trump
so
or
Daniel was
Netanyahu
interrupted
or
like twice.
al-Shia,
Can you just let
do you
him
think
finish his
any of
point
them
so I
give
can
a
hear what he's
flying
saying,
fuck
my guy?
about any of this? Do you
My
think they
guy.
give a fuck about what you're saying right now?
Okay, alright, that's cool.
So basically,
Do you think any of them give
what? Go on.
Okay, I server muted him. Just finish your point, Daniel, and then I'll unmute.
Oh boy.
Hello?
I can hear you.
So the only point that I was saying is that the specific treaty of proliferation is separate from the JCPOA. The
Correct.
JCPOA was a completely different thing, and it had a lot more stringent terms of monitoring from the IAEA because of the fact that Iran had a history of playing a little bit fast and loose with some of the rules when it came to different weapons programs that they had in leading up to the early 2000s. So there were tighter restrictions for that. But those two treaties were two different things. So Iran did sign to both of those. Now Trump pulled out of the JCPOA, but Iran did not. While Iran pulled out of the JCPOA because Trump pulled out, Iran was still a member to the Treaty on Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons. So for that treaty, they still had agreed not to enrich their capacity for uranium past the 20%-ish for civilian use, but not to 60%.
Alright, Scarecrow. I just couldn't hear Daniel. I'm gonna unmute.
I'm hearing him, but that doesn't matter to the leaders of the world. Nobody even understands the words that he's using. Not even the cabinet, not even the president of the United States. Nobody gives a fuck about any of that. They don't care.
Oh.
They don't care.
I
They don't care, brother.
All right, that's fair. And you know what? We're gonna see how this all plays out. I, for one,
love
have
you guys.
enjoyed. I've enjoyed this spirited debate, buddy. You know I love the crap out of you, and I love getting into it with you anyway.
I'm going to support Israel. I'm going to support Israel. I'm not going to support America going into another fucking.
That's fair.
Bullshit.
That's
ass
completely a fair opinion. That's a totally fair opinion.
went over there. He fucking got his legs blown out by the fucking Iraqis, bro. I'm not doing that. I
sorry,
can't do
buddy.
this anymore.
Listen.
I can't do this. Whether
just
it's left,
let me
right,
say something, bud. Let me say something. I understand where you're coming from. Okay. I don't wanna cheapen those feelings because I get it. So I think we've made our positions pretty known. I think we've had a nice spirited debate here. I love you, bud. Let's go ahead and move on to something else.
I would also argue that Israel is one of the most intelligent and capable countries in the entire world.
That's awesome.
And if they need fucking arms, or if they need aircraft, or if they need any of that, we can provide that to them. But it's not a fucking United States war. This is fucking garbage.
Well,
we're sending our kids
I wouldn't
there
really
to do some shit.
Well, no, I mean, there's a ceasefire. We'll see if it starts up again, but for now, there's a ceasefire. I wouldn't call a single bombing operation entering into a war, but we'll see what happens.
Well, everybody else is, and that's fine because it's fair to say that.
I would say the Israeli-Iranian situation was more akin to a war. The American involvement, I don't know if I would consider that a war. But I mean, I guess that's a somewhat subjective term.
Conflict. The American-Iraqi conflict was much more fucking tongue-in-cheek than this is.
That was a war.
This has got international.
That was a full-on boots on the ground invasion.
No, that was a fucking dog shit fucking a witch hunt. That's what it was. We were looking for fucking weapons of mass destruction from a dude that could barely fucking tie his own shoes. What the fuck are we talking about now?
Everybody's not super happy about the Iraq war. This is something different, totally.
This is way different.
Yeah, this is super different.
I would argue that it would be more. Listen, anybody that does not support the war in the Ukraine, where we're giving missiles and equipment to the Ukraine, they should fucking absolutely condemn the fact that we are going over and bombing Iranian fucking sites right now. We can give Israel B-2 bombers. Guess what? They have intelligence. They have people that know how to fly
We're not
those
giving
planes.
them.
We don't give our
What the fuck are
B2s
you
out.
talking about? That's
Yeah,
not
we don't
happening.
give our B2s out.
Oh, but everybody hated that we fucking gave missiles to fucking Ukraine.
Well, B2s
Yeah,
are different.
missiles to Iran. Can you believe that?
Oh, B2s
Yeah,
are
like-
different?
Oh yeah,
Why?
B2s are like
When have
super.
we used them?
It's like, so
When have
you
we
know.
used them?
Wait, hang on. We don't give our F-22s out either. There's like certain pieces of technology that we just don't
But we
sell
give
or give to other
F-35s
countries.
out.
F-35s are
We give
not the
F-35s
same
out.
level of tech as an F-22.
As F-22s?
Yeah.
F-22s
F-22s are the
are
kings of the
far-
skies. Kings
That's
of
far
the skies.
inferior when it comes down to when they were actually produced. F-35s are the new and true. Let's be honest.
F-35s are more adaptable and therefore better for selling, but F-22s
Ah.
contain certain technologies that we do not allow. They are
When
the
have we
kings of
used
the skies.
B-2?
There are no jets in the skies right now that can even touch an F-22.
When have we used the B-2, Jordan?
The B-2? Many times.
Yeah. How many?
Like, how many times we? I don't know off the top of my head.
So we're building these multi-billion-dollar
B-2.
planes. We're building these multi-billion-dollar
but we don't.
warships.
There are
We're
certain
not
planes.
using them.
So, for example,
we're not bombing Russia, and like we haven't used a B-2 on Russia.
No.
In way of Ukraine, we have not used the B-2. So why the
Correct.
fuck wouldn't we give them?
The
to Israel
only
if we're
reason,
protecting
well, no,
Israel?
because again, we're not giving certain technologies for other countries to use. It's
Because
just
we're
not how we do
shoving
certain
our
technologies.
dick. We're shoving our dick into another meaningless ass bullshit war.
Which is now in a ceasefire.
If
But we'll see.
If we didn't want to be in this, we would have just gave Israel the B-2s. We give them billions and trillions of dollars.
We have never given
We
a
would
B2.
never give anyone our B2s.
Yeah, B2s.
But we
we
give
don't give
trillions
out.
of dollars to the same. Come on, man.
No,
This
it's
is
not.
this
It's
is
not the
crazy.
money. Hang on. It's not the amount of money. It's the technology. We
It's
don't.
the-
We don't
come
give our technology out. Certain pieces of technology
But we
don't
do.
give out to other countries.
We do when it comes to the name of Starlink.
That's a private organization.
We do when it comes to the name of SpaceX because
That's
that's
a private
all
organization.
out there now. Do you think Russia's not using the same technology as SpaceX right now?
What do you mean? Like, are they using
Do you think
SpaceX
that
satellites?
technology is so, do you think that the SpaceX or Starlink programs are so IP protected that no other country has capabilities like that?
I don't care. They're a private organization. They can do what they
talking
want.
about a B-2 bomber. When was the
Outside
B-2
of
bomber
sanctions, they
introduced?
can do whatever they want.
Let's see. When was the B-2 bomber introduced?
The 80s or 90s, I think.
January 1997. January
97,
1st,
okay.
1997. Are you going to tell me that we are protecting technology from the mid 90s, not even late 90s? We're protecting technology from the mid 90s.
Yep.
From a country who is 10 times more
10 times more what?
technically advanced than us? Is
I'm
the
sorry, did
Mossad-
you just say
is the
10
Mossad-
times more technically advanced than us?
Do you think that the Mossad is 10 times less advanced than the CIA?
They can't
'Cause
build an
I-
F-35. They have to
I
buy them
believe
from
that the
us.
Mossad- I believe that the Mossad is the most capable fucking intelligence
They're
agency in the
okay.
entire
Well, let me say
planet.
this: they are extremely capable. They are extremely. They have top level ingenuity. They come up with ideas that play out over years and years and years. But that doesn't mean they have the same amount of raw money being pumped into their military industrial
Well, we're
complex
pumping them
to develop the
trillions
types
of
of
dollars
weapons
every
that we
year.
have. Exactly. So we're able to develop
pumping them
technologies that
trillions of
they are not
dollars every
able
year.
to. Yeah. So
Are you
we have
going to say that we're protecting our 1997 technology from fucking Israel, dude?
100%.
That's
and
insane.
It's
That's-
not just
that's
Israel.
absurd.
It's not just
This
Israel.
is Windows 95, dude.
I'm sorry.
fucking-
Military technology is not comparable to
Okay.
consumer technology.
Okay. So we would argue that it's the same as Windows 95 to Windows 11.
There's also, do you know each one of those planes?
We're protected our
Do you know-
Windows 95.
Do you know how much each one of
This
those
is
planes
crazy.
costs?
Dude, it doesn't
Do you
matter.
wait?
what they
Hang
cost.
on, hang
We're
on, hang on, hang on,
Dude,
hang
we're
on.
paying for
Scarecrow,
them.
hang
We're
on.
dropping fucking. We're
Hang on,
dropping
pause.
10K
I want to ask you a
bunker
different question.
busters
I want to
into
ask you a
fucking
different
Iran
question.
right now.
No, I have a question. I have a question. Do you not believe me? Do you not believe me that we're not giving those out to other countries? Do you think I'm lying to you right now?
I don't believe. Listen, I love you. I appreciate you. I do not believe that you actually believe in your heart of hearts that we are protecting.
Okay, it's the policy of the
1990
U.S. government. You
fucking
can go and look
technology
it up.
That we are not protecting. That we're protecting.
It's the policy of the
1990
U.S.
technology.
government, bro. You can look it up. It's not
One
just
of the
me.
most sophisticated fucking intelligence regimes of all time.
Intelligence
I don't
doesn't
believe- I
necessarily
don't know.
translate to hardware. That's not. Those are not
Dude,
one to one.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. All right. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Okay, so
I
I'll
believe
I'll
that if-
show you then.
If Israel wanted to, they have enough money, they have enough backing.
No, the
global
U.S.
backing.
does not lend out the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber to other countries. The B-2 is a highly advanced and sensitive piece of military
think that
technology,
they don't-
and the United States has strict export controls in place to prevent its transfer. So you're just not going to believe what anybody else is saying.
Do you think that Israel doesn't have the fucking technological capability
Okay.
to make a B-2 bomber?
Look, I gave you the proof. If you don't want to believe it, you don't have to believe it. That's up to you.
Jordan, you're a man of science, bro. Do you think Israel, one of the most sophisticated nations on the face of the Western world, do you think that they don't hold the capability to make a B-2 bomber?
They've never developed a
That was-
fighter jet.
that was
I wasn't
made
here.
in
That's not what you said earlier.
1997?
You wanted us to give them.
Yeah, they can develop
giving
one if
them.
they want. If they want to develop one, they can do
build
it
their
on
own
their own.
version.
Yeah.
They probably
Okay,
already have
that brings
one.
me to a better point. That brings me to even a bigger point. Why haven't they developed one?
I guess they haven't needed
You're
it
saying
until
that
now.
they can.
I'm not
wanna-
saying that
wanna
they can.
bunker bust- You said that they can. You
No,
said they can
I
develop
said
one.
they're welcome to. That
Jordan,
doesn't mean they
stop,
have the
bro.
capability.
Stop, bro. Jordan.
I don't
on,
know
brother.
why this is so crazy sounding to you. Like this is pretty. This is pretty
You-
run of the
you don't
mill.
think that You don't think that Israel has the capability
I mean,
to build a
maybe
plane
maybe
that you
they
made
do.
in
I
the
don't.
90s?
Maybe they do. I don't know. I don't know what their capability is as far as hardware for planes or jets. I do know. What have they even ever developed an aircraft? Maybe they have.
Hey, let's look at when the F-35 was built, because they have a lot of those.
Yeah, but
and
you understand different types of
when the
aircraft.
F-35 Hold on.
Different
when
types
was
of
the
air.
F-35?
So
Listen,
different
this
types
was
of
the plane-
aircraft
this was the plane that
have
we
different
developed
uses.
way
Oh, they have developed an
after
aircraft
B2.
before. That's pretty cool.
And then-
All-weather multi-role combat aircraft based on the French Dassault Mirage 5. Very cool.
Developed.
When was the
This is a
F-35
plane that
developed?
was developed October 24th of 2000.
Okay.
The first
So-
flight was 2006.
So wait a minute. So 3 years after the year that you said for the B2?
The first flight was 2006.
Wait.
That's 9 years
So
later.
you said the B2 was
saying-
97. Hang on. You said the B2 was 97. That's only 3 years later, buddy.
What was the first flight?
He was
The
talking about
first
the
flight
F-35.
occurred on December 15th, 2006. That's 9 years later.
Okay. That's
So
not
you
that long in
expect me to
technology terms, bud.
If I can
You
also
expect me
add,
to believe that over a 10-year window, they were able to build a
Do you know how
fucking
long it
F-35?
takes? Wait, do you know how long it takes to develop a plane?
Jordan, come on,
Do you
brother.
know? Do you know?
You're an atheist. No, you're an atheist. I do know. My dad.
What
was
does
a
that
pilot.
have to
He
do with
flew
anything?
All sorts of stuff does. I know about aircraft. Once it's out there, it's out there. It's the same as
No.
Russia. Are you gonna say
Um,
that it took 9 years for Russia to build a fucking stealth bomber after we built our first one?
Do they
Is
have
that your
stealth
is that your
bombers on
position?
the same level as the B2? I don't
We've
even think
had
they do.
Yes, Russia does, and we do. Yes. Do you think that it took them 10 years to build a stealth bomber?
No, Russia does not have a stealth bomber.
That's not true.
That is true.
That's not.
They're developing one, but they don't have one.
Come on, brother.
I literally just looked it up, bro. I just looked it up. Tell me what plane it is.
So
then.
look up the difference between the Russian Air Force and the American Air Force. Look up the classifications. Look up the classifications between American Air Force and Russian Air Force. Russian Air Force has been classified far longer and far more strict than any American. Dude, what the fuck
you said
are
they
you
had
saying?
a stealth bomber. What is the name of their stealth bomber?
Do you think that Russia does not hold the same capabilities?
What is the name of their stealth bomber?
To be frank and honest,
they have held it under a fucking dude. Stop, dude.
We literally know the name of the one they're developing, but we don't know the name of the one that supposedly exists. No. Listen to my question. We know the name of the one that they're developing, which we do because I'm looking at it right now, but we don't know the name of the one that supposedly already exists.
Look up a Russian stealth UAV.
Oh, okay. Do you know there's a difference between a UAV and a bomber?
A strategic bomber.
But that's not the same. But that's not the same in Russian text. All Russian UAVs hold bombs, so that is a stealth Russian bomber.
Okay. No,
it's the Sukhoi.
A strategic bomber
Not the same as a fixed-wing aircraft.
The Sukhoi S-70 Okhotnik B.
Yeah, the S-70 holds bombs, but that's not the same as a strategic bomber. A strategic bomber.
Dude, are you saying that that's not the? Are you saying that that's not a Russian stealth bomber?
That's not comparable to a B-2. No.
I think you're trying to fucking dunk on me, and I'm not doing this.
No,
with you.
no one's trying to dunk.
I'm trying to be here with you.
Literally, I promise you, I'm not trying to dunk on you, buddy. I love you too much to try to dunk on you, buddy. I swear to God.
If you're not going to be ingenuous with me, if you're not,
I'm being as genuine as I swear to you, buddy. Hang on. Let's put everything for aside, you and me, okay? I swear to you, as my bud, as my friend, I am being as genuine with you as I possibly can, okay? I'm not trying to dunk on you. I'm not trying to I'm having a conversation with my buddy. I swear to God, all right?
Do you think the F-70 is any different than the B-2 bomber?
I do for a number of reasons. Do you mind if I state
Other
them?
than the fact that we called it a stealth bomber and Russia called it a UAV.
Do you mind if I explain them to you?
Yes.
Okay, so the biggest difference is going to be the size. A plane like a B-2, which is generally classified as a strategic bomber, is able to hold far more munitions than something like an S-70 would be able to hold. For example, an S-70 would not be able to hold the types of bunker busters that the B-2 was needed for that strike in Iran. That's one example, but there are other examples as well. Okay. Yeah.
Now, what are their main purposes? Are their main purposes, or the S-70 and the B-2, are the purpose any different from each other? And if so, the only difference of the purpose is that the B-2 can actually hold some form of a cargo that you can sustain on and live on. And the Russian S-70 will leave their pilots starving for days.
Well, S-70 is unmanned, so there's no pilots.
Yeah. It's a drone.
Yeah, it's a drone.
What are the capabilities?
So there are slight differences in their if you're like speaking from a general position, there are slight differences in their missions. A B-2 is going to be a much longer range bomber. B-2 can pretty much make it around the world with refuels, whereas something like a small UAV is not going to be
from Washington, D.C., and you have to go across the Atlantic Ocean.
Well, yeah, these B-2 bombers, these B-2s that did this bombing came from Missouri.
I bet an S-70 doesn't have to go that far, right? It just has to go into fucking, Iran?
Well, to Ukraine,
Israel.
Yeah. I mean, if it's going to Ukraine, sure. But if it's going for a longer range, yeah. I mean, the thing...
It's much quicker for an S-70 to get to fucking Israel
Ukraine,
than it
to
is for
Israel
a
or
B2
to Ukraine.
get
Yeah, sure.
Well,
Iran.
Yeah,
right?
Of course, they're way closer.
the maximum speed though of an S70 is about 620 miles an hour, and its range is about 3,700 miles.
I don't give a fuck about the speed. What is the purpose of these two planes?
So again, a B2
So
is going
they
to
only
be able
have-
to carry out a much larger bombing campaign than something like an S70 on its own.
These are stealth bombers that will go and carpet bomb a specific district.
They will not carpet
for instance,
bomb.
Or tactically
the
bomb.
S70 can't carpet.
Yeah, the
one
S70 does not have enough space for ordinances to carpet bomb.
They can hold.
But
They
if you
have
have
2 weapons
20 of
bays,
them,
and the
and
maximum
we're saying
capacity
they're
is 2,000
drones,
kilograms.
right?
They are drones.
We're
yes.
saying that they're drones. The S70 is a drone, so we can very
and it's still in
very
development,
easily
by
send
the way. Just
10
FYI, it's still in development.
S70s, 10 precursors, the S45, the S50. We can send 10 of those at the same cost that it would cost us to send one B2, right? So they have the same purpose.
Wait,
they have the same
I don't know
purpose.
how much it costs. I have no idea how
I would
much
argue-
the S70 costs personally, but they only have 2.
I would argue it's far cheaper to send a drone into
Well, I mean, we don't know
hot
what the
war
technology is. Obviously, the B2 is the most expensive plane in the world, so you're probably right. But they
Here's my thing, though.
they
Here's my
currently
thing, though,
only
too.
have 2. We also have stealth
And Russia had
drones
to shoot
as well.
down one.
They did have to shoot down one, but we have stealth drones as well, and there's a reason why we don't use them for these sorts of missions.
Are we going to argue that Israel is so far behind Russia that they don't have stealth technology?
I already mentioned that
So-
one, Cosmic.
Because that's where
for
we're
instance,
getting to.
Well, no, I think the difference is there's a difference between possessing specialized stealth technology. So, for instance, the F-35 program. Yes, Israel does have F-35s. However, the main area for building F-35s is in Texas, not in Israel.
I agree, Rooney.
So
That
are you
was,
I believe
Israel
there
that was dumb on
the
Trump's part.
capability to work? Are you saying that Israel does not have the capability to engineer stealth technology? Like,
I'm
are
not
you
sa-
saying that
I'm-
they don't have?
I'm no.
It sounds
no.
like you're saying that they're just not.
No,
they
it's
just don't
not.
have
That's not
what
what
it
he's
takes,
saying.
bro.
No,
That's
it's
not what
not.
he's saying.
What I'm saying is that there are certain stipulations for being in the F-35 program, which means that while many countries contribute different elements to its design, there are only certain specific locations where the F-35 is allowed to be built for security reasons.
So you're saying
And in
Israel doesn't
Israel does
hold
not build them there.
proper resources available. That's what you're saying.
It's not saying
It's
not
a
saying that they don't have
regulatory
some of the
thing. It's not
technology,
it's not
but
a
it's a
capability thing.
regulation.
Yeah.
Are you
it's
saying that
regulation.
Israel regulates their
We
planes
build
more than any other
F-35s here at home
more than
in-house.
Russia? Are you saying Israel regulates their planes more than Russia?
Never
This
said
is
We're
any
saying-
of that. Never
No,
said any
I
of
didn't
that.
say that. The United States regulates this
We
as
yes,
part of the
we
F-35
regulate
program.
where our planes are built and then who we sell them to.
And for instance,
That's
if
like
countries
saying
don't
that the
hold their
Congo, that's like saying that the Congo regulates their RPGs and their rocket-propelled missiles far more than the United States does. This is a fucking
What?
crazy argument.
Wait,
that y'all are
explain what you just said.
making. You are talking about one of the most sophisticated fucking countries in the world, and you're saying that they don't have or they regulate the capability
No,
to have
we
a stealth
regulate.
bomber.
No.
More so-
We do. The United States does. We
What
regulate
makes you
where
think that
our
we do- what
planes
makes
are
you think
built.
that
and
Israel
sent.
gives a fuck what we say.
So they can build their
Well, because
own
they don't
then if
have
they want
factories.
to. I don't get why you're saying this. They're welcome to try and build their own, but they're not doing that. They're buying them from us. So I don't know what their point is. If they want to build it, they can build
I've
it.
tried to understand it. I've tried to understand it, but I'm sitting here arguing both points. I'm arguing that Israel is so strong and they have the right to be there and they should be there because these are people that are coming from a pure place and they deserve to have the right
That
to
doesn't
live.
have anything to
and
do
they
with what we're
deserve
talking
to have
about.
the right to break through the chains. But you're telling me that they're not strong enough to fucking defend themselves. This is
No,
crazy.
that's
what
not
you're
it at
saying.
all.
That's
That's
what
not it
anyone
at
is
all.
saying.
What you're saying. That's
I
what
don't
you're
know
saying.
where.
They don't
I
have-
don't know where
they
this
have-
position is
they have-
coming from.
They have one
Great
of the most
Britain doesn't have a
sophisticated
B2
fucking
either.
militaries. They
Yeah,
have one of the
Britain
most
doesn't have a
sophisticated
B2.
intelligence. They
This
have
is
one of the
something
most
that's
sophisticated.
specifically mission
Hold on. The B2 was made in 1997. Israel can make it.
No other
We've already
country
determined.
owns a B2. No other country in the world has a B2.
We give, dude. Come on, man.
Look it
Come
up
on,
if you
man.
don't believe me.
Do you realize, for
I
instance,
don't have to believe you. I've already told
F-30
you.
do you know
This
the F-35?
bomber was
The
made in
F-35 program.
97. Who has been the main player in Israel since 97? Who on both ends of the spectrum in America, whether it's Democrats or Republicans, who has stood the most to gain in Israel since 97? That's Bibi. Are you telling me that we don't give a fuck enough about Bibi Netanyahu to give him a fucking a blueprint for the fucking B-2 bomber?
We
It's
don't give
called
anybody.
national security.
We don't give
Our
anybody.
closest
National
partner is
security.
Great Britain. It's great. Our closest, on paper, our closest ally is Great Britain, the United
They don't
Kingdom,
get
and
it.
we don't even give the
Oh
United
yeah,
Kingdom
that's
the
working
B2.
great for us right now. Yeah,
Well,
yeah, that's our best ally,
I'm
isn't
not.
it?
I'm not arguing
Look,
whether.
that's
Has it been,
another
has it
point.
been for 20 years?
Okay, but
For
have
the
we
last
ever
20
given them?
years.
Have we ever told them how to build a
For the last
B2?
20 years. For the last 20 years since BB has been in power, who is our greatest ally? Let's be fucking honest right now. You think it's the fucking Queen Elizabeth of England?
Well, strategically, Britain is a
I
stronger
think you're lying to
military
yourself.
power.
I think you're lying to yourself, brother.
No, well, I mean, look, if you want to argue that Israel gives access to military bases, it's true. There are, shared military bases in the U.S. in Israel that the U.S. uses, but we also have military bases in Saudi Arabia, in Qatar, in Djibouti.
Who are they fighting? Who is Saudi Arabia fighting? Iran.
Right
Well,
now,
not
Saudi.
directly, but
They've been fighting Iran for the last 45, 50 years.
not directly.
Qatar. It's no coincidence that Qatar, we're talking about Qatar right now. They just gave a $400 million fucking plane, Boeing 737, to Donald Trump. And now all of a sudden he's bombing the fuck out of Iran
trying,
for no
Cosmic.
goddamn reason.
I've tried.
Listen, man.
I just want to say one thing.
Listen, bro.
There are certain for the F-30.
A
I just want to say
B2
something.
costs
Okay?
more than twice as what 4 times, 5 times as much as one of those planes.
I think the B2 costs like one or 2 billion.
Yeah, so I think it's
As
just
a
like
British
1 or 2 billion.
French American,
$2 billion.
As a British / French American, I've tried every step of the way to
Tu
see
le parles
this.
français?
I've been here. I've tried to connect with my Jewish brothers. I've tried so hard. But what
You
the
give
fuck
up?
is
You
going
gave up
right
on
now?
us? You giving up on us, buddy?
No, I'm not giving
Okay,
up on
what
you.
is
I'm not giving up on you, Jordan.
what is the main
I'm
argument
not giving
about
up
the
on you,
B2?
Jordan.
Okay.
But I see how quick it switches. I see how quick this changes. We're talking about how Israel is one of the most one of the dude. These are people that have been persecuted throughout all the time,
Yeah.
and they've grown and they've come through the ashes. They've grown and they've built themselves up, and they've been a strong people. But
You
then
bet.
as soon as I say, hey, you're strong enough, you're smart enough, you have a great military, you have a great intelligence, you can build these planes that are 30 years old. You can build them. You say, oh no, we can't do that.
I feel like
can't
we're
do that.
underestimating
This is
how
when it
long
gets
it takes to do
disingenuous,
that.
bro.
I feel like we're underestimating
This is
how
when it
long
gets
it takes to develop and build a
disingenuous,
stealth bomber
bro.
like that, as well as having the actual research and development, how long that takes to go into it, and the fact that we don't
It's so
give
compartmentalized
anybody
and so
any
top
of that.
secret.
Yeah, the B2
Okay?
is still
the
top
research
secret.
that goes into
Here's
this
my
is like
bigoted-
high treason levels. If you were to try and leak this type of stuff,
Oh, it's high
it
treason
could-
levels to go and send a B-2 bomber to fucking bunker bust someplace that is not in war with us. That's high treason. I'm gonna tell
well,
you like
if
this.
you-
No.
Obama did that.
No.
Obama did that a bunch.
No, Obama sent drones. That's different.
So you
Why
would
is
have been
it
okay
different?
with it if
Obama
we
was
sent a
bad
drone to do it?
So are you going to say Obama's the bad president?
I'm not the one making that assertion.
If it was a drone that carried out these attacks, I'd be far less emotionally connected to this. I'd be
Okay.
far less because it's not a
Why?
fucking person. It's blowing up a fucking city right now.
A
Over
city?
It's not a
nothing.
city.
It was
Over
out in the
not a
middle of
city.
nowhere.
Something that's nothing.
It was under a mountain in the middle of nowhere.
This
Dude,
is a
let's be-
military research facility in the middle of nowhere under under
What we're
tons
doing
and
right
tons
now
of rock.
this is exactly what it's going to be, man.
It
I'm going to
wasn't
tell you
carpet bombing.
my opinion, and this is going to be my most racist opinion.
Oh god.
And
we're live, buddy.
Yep. YouTube
We're on
TOS,
YouTube.
TOS. If, in my opinion, if Israel was to take over the region, it would be a far better place.
Oh.
That's the most racist thing that I could say. But the way that we're going
If
about
I
it is
were
absolutely-
able to say I agree
way that
with
we're-
you, I would say I agree with you, but alas, I cannot.
the way that we're defending it, the way that we're trying to pretend like shit is not real, the way that we're trying to pretend like Israel is not capable of defending themselves and we have to come to their fucking aid. This is bullshit, man. This is bullshit, man.
Well, hang on. Let me just say this. Israel would have had to be able to develop and build that bomber in this scenario within like a week and a half. That just isn't going to happen. We
No,
were
they
not
had-
going to.
they had-
Let me just.
they had 20 years. They had 20 years.
Well, they weren't going to foresee this happening 20 years ago. So let's just say.
You know who did? Bibi Netanyahu foresaw this 20 years ago. He could have built that bomber.
Okay.
True.
But
you have to give me that. You have to.
Fine. Let's
What,
say
that
I
he
give you that.
foresaw this whole war?
I don't want to stick on this point. This point's not important to me. The important point is that within the context of this current war, they would have had about a week and a half to build and put together a bomber, right? Which means they either had to get one lent to them by the United States to do it, or the U.S. would have to come and do the bombing. It is a fact that the United States does not lend its B-2s out to anybody. They don't sell them to anybody. They keep them to themselves. Whether you think that's stupid or not, that's the case. So that's the situation we were in. It was the only plane that could do the bombing. We, for whatever reason, whether you think it's a good reason or not, are the only ones who have the B-2. And so it only could have been us. And that's just the situation as it was. I get that you think it's stupid that we didn't lend it, and that's fair, I guess. I disagree, but I guess I get where you're coming from. But the fact of the matter is, we don't do that. And so it was only our plane that could have done it, and we weren't going to lend it to Israel because we don't lend the plane out. And so that's where we are. So I get what you're saying, buddy. But like that's just where we are. Like I don't know what else there's to argue about.
And for instance, even with the F-35 program, just if I can just say something, even for the F-35 program, there are
Most
several nations that
sophisticated
are
plane in the world, by the way.
say
F-22,
that again.
I would say, is more sophisticated.
The most sophisticated warfighter on the face of the
but just for
planet.
instance, for the F-35
minus the
program,
F-22,
the rules are so the rules are so stringent for the F-35 program that if you're not following the rules, you can be unilaterally kicked out by the U.S. So, for instance, Turkey was in the F-35 program, but
yeah, they
because
just
Turkey
fucking disable it remotely, right?
they purchased Turkey purchased Russian S-400 missile launchers. It was deemed a security risk because Moscow. There's an idea that Moscow could have a back door into those missile launchers and be able to link to the F-35 and steal stealth secrets from it. So for that reason, Turkey, one of many reasons, Turkey was kicked out of the F-35 program and limited to only having F-16s because of national security reasons.
And then they developed their own fighter, which is decent.
It's not. But that's
I'm
fine.
being nice, okay?
You are being nice. That's fine. I give you that. I give you that.
So the U.S. makes a lot of rules for its tech. It's the top dog. It gets to make a lot of rules.
All right, the pro-Israeli part of me
fucking go
that everybody's gonna say comes that everybody's gonna say comes from APAC is like we didn't have enough time.
I won't say it.
You're right. We didn't have enough time in the last week to fucking build a B-2 bomber. I get that. The reality of the situation is the leaders of Israel, the leaders of the United States say that this war started on October 7th.
Well, I will say this about the situation in Iran. I'm not going to
these are
say
the
October
leaders of the
7th.
country, Jordan.
Let me look. They're doing their public stuff. Let me say what I think. Okay, I think they looked at a confluence of factors. Some of them resulted from October 7th. Some of them maybe not. But this is the situation they were looking at. Hamas is decimated. Hezbollah is decimated. The Houthis had recently signed an agreement with the United States to pull back their attacks. Russia is busy in Ukraine. And Iran is basically out there on its own. A couple days before, right, the IAEA went in, found them in violation of the nuclear proliferation treaty.
Based on whose report?
That's not their own report.
No, it is very relevant. Whose report?
They went in. They sent in watchdogs. They went in.
Based on whose authority?
Them.
Based on the authority from the IAEA.
And the IAEA.
And the NPT.
Yeah. Then
who sent them in?
The
at that
IAEA.
point in time. No, we hold each other accountable, dude. We're leftists, man. Not even leftists. We're liberals, dude. We are centrists. We are people
this
that
is
actually
an international
hold the truth
agency,
to account.
buddy. This is an international agency.
This is an international agency. Who is directed by who?
What is it? Is it independent or is it part of the UN? Yeah, it's part of the UN.
No.
Yes, the IAEA is a UN agency. I think, right? Let me double check. Headquartered in Vienna, Austria. Yeah.
What were the previous
UN office at Vienna, Austria? They're a UN agency.
Okay.
They're under the umbrella of the United Nations.
Previous accounts.
Pardon?
What were all previous accounts from the UN based on Iran's nuclear capability?
So I think they had passed
since
for
March,
like the last
since last month.
Less
than a month ago.
Hang on. So they don't go in like every month. They go in like once a year or something. But
but the CIA does.
Well, the CIA is publishing their shit if they are going in. But regardless, the IAEA. Just let me finish, buddy. Please let me, buddy. Please let me finish, buddy. So they go in like once a year to check to see if they are in violation of the treaty. This was the first time they were in violation of the treaty in like, what, 20 years? Which means that every time they went in before, they were not in violation of the treaty, except for, I believe, in 24, when they were actually kicked out before they finished their inspection.
And to be fair, the IAEA actually mentioned...
This is like my aunt, who is like typical MAGA, bro. And like
this
6 months,
this is an official organization.
No, Jordan. In 6 months, are you going to tell me that Donald Trump didn't want new wars because this happened?
I don't give a shit about Donald Trump.
Well, he did this.
No,
this was.
I'm not talking about Donald Trump at all. I'm literally talking about.
You should be. You should be.
I'm talking about the situation that led to this conflict in Iran in the first place.
Who actually believes that Iran possesses nuclear weapons capability?
Nobody believes they have a nuclear weapon right now.
So who did this?
The question. Let's just be clear here. The question is not. The question was not. Do they have one? The question was not, do they have one right now? The question was, were they close to building one?
And that is the big question.
No, we aren't. We are not all close to building one.
Right now, sitting in a fucking bunker.
Okay, but that's not...
North Korea, who is the craziest country on the face of the planet, has fucking 50 nuclear weapons.
We can't do anything about it.
We don't give a fuck.
That's because we don't want to start a war.
Okay. So I think Cosmic's asking a good question. What do you think is your what would you say is your ultimate claim here, Scarecrow?
My ultimate claim is that North Korea is a far bigger threat than Iran. Iran has not started a war in over 200 fucking years. And this is a war that we should not be in.
So then you wait a minute. You think that them funding and encouraging their proxies to do this doesn't count as them starting wars?
Nope, it doesn't. because you've already admitted on the record that their proxies get blown out of the fucking water.
No, they
every
got
time that
blown
they
out of the.
try.
Yeah, they
No,
did,
no,
and then they
get
got blown
every
out of the water.
time that they try.
But that wasn't the
every
question
time
I
that they
asked
try,
you.
they get put back in their fucking place like
Yeah,
a redheaded
damn
stepson.
fucking
They get put in their
right. But
fucking
that
place.
wasn't.
So
You're damn
no,
right.
so
You're
no,
absolutely fucking
no,
right. But that
no.
wasn't the question I asked
And
you,
that
buddy.
country has been sitting there scared every fucking year for the past 50 years because they know that every single attempt that they try to send at us, they know it doesn't work. We fucking spank
hang
them
on,
like
you
little
just said it
pussy
though,
ass
buddy.
bitches.
Every attempt that they
Yeah.
try to send at us, so then they are doing that. They are funding their proxies.
No, they have done
and they're
nothing.
telling them to do
They have
shit.
done nothing.
And imagine
They sent
this.
fucking,
And we
they
talked
sent
about
peasants
this. Hang on,
to
we
throw
talked about this
rocks at
last
us.
time, buddy.
That's what they did.
Listen, yeah, but fine. If they're fucking nuclear throwing fucking peasants, it's a totally different situation, isn't it?
But we're bombing their hospitals with their pregnant wives, dude.
We didn't bomb any Iranian hospitals.
Do you not think that what you're talking about their proxies? Do you think that we have not bombed any Palestinian hospitals?
That's we're
With
talking
pregnant
about
women?
Iran. I don't know why we're talking about bombing the
Because
proxies.
you started talking about their proxies. You
No,
said it was their
you know
proxies
why
that
did I
started
start
this
talking?
war.
No, yeah, remember that's why I started talking about it.
So-
but then
so
we're
didn't we
talking about
fucking
Iran
spank
because
the shit
you
out of their
said
proxies?
yes, but Iran is going to keep funding them. They're not going to stop
Iran
doing
is
that
not doing a fucking thing
right now.
They've done nothing.
Right
They've done
now,
nothing.
if we
They've
didn't
done
do anything about
nothing.
if we didn't do anything about this, what do you think they would do in another 5 to 10 years?
I don't think they would have done anything. Just like I didn't think they did anything from 1989
Okay.
to 19 fucking
So
99.
then, why
They did
is
nothing.
it? So
They did
then,
nothing.
why is it that just now, as opposed to the last 20 years, why is it that just now they are in violation of nuclear non-proliferation rather than before when they were getting checked?
that is controversial and highly bullshit.
So you don't believe the
You're
IAEA?
You're seeing world leaders that are saying that that's not true.
Nobody
And you're
is.
believing the
Wait, hang on.
propaganda
Nobody is
of
contradicting
bullshit.
the IAEA report. Nobody is contradicting
Come
the
on,
IAEA
man.
report.
When did the IAEA say that they are enriching uranium to provide themselves with weapons grade nuclear power?
There is no other
Never.
purpose.
They've been
for
saying the same
60%
thing for
enriched
40
uranium.
fucking years, bro.
No, they have not. The
They've done
IAEA
nothing.
specifically said that they were enriching uranium to 60%, which is in violation of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. No, it's not.
That's not true.
No, it's not.
That's
It's
literally
not.
not
This is
true.
insane.
Can you show me that they were doing that for 30 years, please? You've made a claim.
Yes.
I
Yes.
would like you to back that up with evidence.
Their nuclear power has only been made for domestic.
I'm
for
gonna
domestic
need some
resources.
sources that they were enriching it to
Of
60%.
course, it's a deterrent. Okay, all right. So here's my thing. Here's my rebuttal. North Korea has enriched their fucking uranium to 90%. When the fuck did you care about that? When
The whole
fuck did you care
time!
about that?
The whole fucking time! What do you
It's
mean?
East Coast time and
But
everybody's
it's
young,
done.
so-
Was it done?
Wait, hang on. Oh, okay.
Is it
well,
done?
Victoria left. What do you mean? Of course I've cared about North
By
Korea
your
developing
admission.
nuclear weapons.
With what
Why
you
would
just said.
why wouldn't I care
With
about
what
North
you
Korea
just said.
developing nuclear weapons?
By your admission, our fucking focus should be forced on North Korea, who is enriched to 90%.
No, they already have nuclear bombs. It's too late.
Just got the 60%.
It's too
You're
late.
talking about Iran.
They
This is
have the
crazy.
deterrent. It is too late to do anything about it.
Hey man, I'm gonna tell you, I wake up every single day of my entire life, and there has not been a single day of my 33 years of existence where I woke up and I said, "Oh fuck, Iran is the fucking evil in the world." I've never done it. Never.
What do you propose to do about North Korea at this point?
Yeah. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, brother. Thank you.
What
you just answered. Nope. You just answered my own question. Yep.
I have a
You just
question
did
though.
it
What
for
do you
yourself,
propose
brother.
to do
You
about
just did
North
it for
Korea?
yourself, brother. You just
What
did
do you
it for
propose to
yourself,
do about
brother.
North
Thank
Korea?
You. Thank you, bro. No, don't pivot. What he said
No,
actually
it's not a
mattered.
pivot.
What he said actually
It's not a
matters.
pivot.
By
I'm asking
defending
you.
Israel, I've defended Israel, but now I don't think I'm gonna do it anymore
Okay.
because this is a war that is waged based off of people that want to kill other people around them. You don't give a fuck about North Korea. You only care about
Yes,
what
we actually
intimidates
Yeah, we
Israel,
actually do.
don't you?
No.
In fact,
I
even
care a
back
lot
in the
about
Fuck about
2000s.
90% North Korean fucking nuclear fucking testing off the fucking
What are you
shores of South
supposed to do
Korea.
once?
You don't give
What
a
are you
fuck about
supposed
that,
to?
do you?
Why do you?
Scarecrow.
Okay, so if you
They
don't, hang
already
on,
have
hang on,
missiles.
hang on,
What do you
hang
think?
on, Daniel, hang
It's
on,
all
hang
good.
on, hang on. Let me
It's
say
all
this:
good, brother.
if you don't give a shit
all good.
about Iran, if you don't
biggest
give a
threat-
shit about Iran because you don't live in Israel, why do you give a shit about North Korea if you don't live in South Korea?
I think that North Korea is far more dangerous to America.
Yeah, you know
because
why?
They are on the Eastern Peninsula.
No, because
of
they
the fucking
actually have
Asian
nuclear weapons, Scarecrow.
Dude, what are you saying, right, Jordan? I'm trying so hard to be here with you.
They have
I'm trying
nuclear
so
weapons.
hard.
If you let
We fought
Iran
each
have
other-
nuclear
we fought
weapons,
each other,
they'll
you went
develop
mask off.
more.
You went mask off. You showed me the truth.
Oh, I'm
and
sorry. What did I go
understand.
mask off about?
I understand.
No.
that Iran is
Answer the
biggest
question.
threat to
You just
Israel.
accused me of going mask off, Scarecrow. What the fuck did I
just
go
said-
mask off about?
You just said that Iran is the biggest threat because they're the biggest threat to Israel, right?
No. You said you didn't give a shit about
Jordan.
Iran, and I said it was because you don't live in Israel. You're not under the threat of being fucking bombed by them, okay? That's why you have the luxury of not having to do with
being
it.
bombed by Iran.
Are you
We
serious?
all already agreed it's their proxies, and we all already agreed.
Has
that Israel
Iran not shot missiles at Israel? Not just during this war, but during the fucking 2 years before? That's a lie.
Jordan, let's be fucking honest. Iran has not bombed Israel until the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's right, neighbor. Even Kamala has said that Iran is the greatest threat to the world and the U.S. Even Kamala said that.
Proxies, but let's be honest, Jordan. They sent proxies. And me and you both already understand and know the truth that every proxy that Iran sent to Israel has gotten their ass spanked like a 7-year-old fucking stepchild.
It doesn't matter.
Hamas.
It doesn't matter.
No,
If they have a
matter.
no, I'm sorry.
It
I'm sorry. No.
This is fucking
A
history.
nuclear deterrent
This is
completely changes the game in a way that is not the same as what's been going on right now. They can then either use a nuclear bomb, which is unlikely for them to use, but what they will do is they will use that nuclear deterrent to bully the region.
Same thing. Listen, you're also an Argentinian, and you're also by inheritance and by culture, you are one of the greatest American people I've ever met in my life. Even though you weren't born here, even though you've lived everywhere else, you're one of the greatest American people.
I was born in the United States.
My dad sat here in 1970 and was told every single day that Russia was going to blow us up with a fucking nuclear bomb. Have they done any of that? No, they have not.
Do you know
the
how
same thing
close
going
they
on
came
in
to that,
Israel
though?
right now.
Do you know how close we
same
came to
thing.
that happening?
Yeah, what the fuck? We're not that close anymore, brother.
Yeah, but they are, and
You're
they are
saying-
our ally.
You're saying no, bro. You're saying
No, they're not our ally?
Nuclear bombing Israel is closer than we were in the 1960s between the U.S. and Russia.
Do you know
during the
why?
Cuban Missile
And it
Crisis.
will never
That's
be.
what you're
And do
saying
you
to
know
me.
why? Do you know why it will never be that close?
You're telling me it's that close. You're
No,
saying that that's
no.
why it's that important.
No,
because
what I'm
Iran
telling
got
you.
the nuclear
No, let me
fucking
say
bomb
say
Israel.
it.
That's what you just
Let me
said.
say it, and then this is going to be my last point because I don't think we have many more places to go. It's never going to get that close because we stopped it before it got that close. That was why we did this.
You know why it's never going to happen?
Why?
In my opinion, and this
Because
is my
Iran
final closing.
loves puppies and is wonderful and is
No,
gonna be
because
nice to everybody.
Iran is still, in its own sense, and this might sound fucking racist or bigoted or whatever the fuck.
Well,
this
be
is
careful.
still
Be careful,
a,
TOS,
third,
be careful.
a very third world country, even though they've overcome certain things. It's not Iraq, but this is still a third world country. And Israel is still passing a certain form of life and liberty and understanding to their people. It's not liberty, but it is a certain understanding to their people. Iran can never break the spirit of Israel. They can't. No matter whether it's Hamas, Hezbollah, we're talking about fucking blowing a country off the
Hezbollah
map.
is the little fighting guy.
I love that little guy.
Hezbollah.
We're talking about,
Hezbollah.
Listen, brother. We're talking about blowing a country off the map that doesn't even have the potential or understanding to even get in the same fucking corner with us, man.
Okay,
that's why I said.
All right,
Israel is strong.
I hear your opinion, buddy. We've made our points. I think we're going in a bit of circles now. Are you down for us to move on? Let me bring Mika up on the camera, and we'll close it out with some happiness.
I
all
don't
right?
think America should be doing this right now.
I
We got
hear
our
you.
own
I
shit,
get that.
man.
I get that. I understand that. I respectfully disagree. I still love you, brother. Okay.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna bring Mika on. We're gonna get a little happy here, and then I'm gonna do fucking dailies, and we're all gonna have some fun. All right. All right, Mika, come here. Come say hi to the buddy. Come say hi to the buddy.
I know when I say shit like this, it makes me seem like I'm anti-Semitic, but that's not the point,
No,
bro.
no, no,
Like,
no, no,
I'm
no,
not
no.
anti-
I'm not feeling that at all.
I'm
not feeling that at all.
War,
all
bro.
right?
I really am.
I get that.
I'm
I get that.
anti-
I don't.
war,
I
bro.
just, buddy. I love you. I get your point. We've been arguing about this for like what 2-3 hours now. I kind of want to move on. All right.
I love you, bro. Have a good
I love
night.
you too, buddy. Look who's here.
I want to see Mickey. Yeah, of course.
Mwah.
Of course. The Queen.
The Queen. Hi, baby. Did you? She slept through the whole thing, by the way. She was just chilling. She was like, "Oh, you're yelling? I don't give a shit." Oh,
She
yeah.
knows.
Okay.
She
Neighbor Rooney sent me something about the trucks. Because he believes we fucked up, which is a fair position to hold, I guess. Let's take a look. Read the article about the trucks. Oh, the potatoes going slow. All right. Copy link.
Yo, I will say, Frogan in your top left corner looks extremely Caucasian. She looks like she needs to go get a tan.
Yeah,
top
yeah.
left
Fuck off, Gosler. I can't believe we had this whole conversation with fucking Frogan in the corner. Can you say, based?
Based?
Oh my goodness. Okay, did Iran just sneak out critical nuclear material from Fordo?
She's still Polish, by the way.
I don't know what she is. So yeah, Neighbor Rooney, them sneaking out nuclear material is one thing. I'm not super worried about them sneaking out nuclear material. I would be more worried about them sneaking out centrifuges if they could. However, they would still have to build like a whole new underground facility to keep doing this and hide this from inspectors going forward. So I'm not sure how super worried I am about that. If they start doing this shit again,
Oh, and if I may add,
right
like-
after all of this, Neighbor Rooney, they're fucked. Because no one's going to be on their
If I-
side
yeah.
anymore.
this picture from the article,
Yeah, what about the
Jordan?
picture? Yeah.
so this picture from the article, these are dump trucks.
These are dump trucks?
This convoy of cargo trucks, and later images show that these were being used to seal off entrances to Fordo base. So, for instance, just for moving uranium that's enriched, you cannot use open air dump trucks. Yeah, the pictures, these Maxar pictures were on Twitter as well, where they were first released. So you cannot. You have to have specialized enclosed vehicles to transport enriched uranium safely.
Okay. Last Thursday, as Israel expanded its military campaign, Iranian authorities at the Fordo nuclear complex, the country's northwest, dispatched 16 cargo trucks to the underground site's primary tunnel entrance. These vehicles proceeded over the next 24 hours to move unidentified equipment a kilometer away while working to fortify the mountain-covered crown jewel in the Islamic Republic's atomic program. American and Israeli intelligence, as well as private satellite operators, detected these activities around the complex. U.S. officials working on Iran told the Free Press Washington and Jerusalem decided not to act, in part to try and track where the vehicles ultimately went, but also to wait for President Donald Trump to formally greenlight an attack on Fordo, which he did a day later. Now, nuclear experts worry Tehran may have used this window to slip sensitive equipment and materials to other secret locations around the country. But obviously they were following them, right? I wish the Israelis had moved quicker to disable Fordo. David Albright, a former United Nations weapons inspector, told me in the aftermath of the American bombing campaign in the facility. Still a mystery exactly what was in those trucks, but any highly enriched uranium at Fordo was likely gone before the attack. Trump administration officials on Sunday said 14 GBU-12 bunker buster bombs, known as massive MOPS, baby, dropped on Iran over the weekend, inflicted massive damage on the 3 atomic sites. Trump, announcing the attack in a national address on Saturday night, said the Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan nuclear sites had been completely and totally obliterated by the B-2 bomber strikes. Pentagon Defense Chief Pete Hegseth, briefing reporters Sunday morning on Operation Midnight Hammer, said it was an incredible and overwhelming success. The reality is much more complicated. U.S. officials and independent analysts believe that the Pentagon's Saturday bombing of Fordo and the 2 other Iranian nuclear sites, following more than a week of separate Israeli attacks, extended the time Iran needs to produce weapons-grade uranium by months, if not years. Israeli security forces over the past 10 days have also degraded the intellectual brainpower behind Iran's nuclear program, assassinating dozens of scientists and members of Tehran's elite military unit, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. But the bottom line is that Iran's program is massively degraded but not destroyed. Secretive sites and equipment almost certainly remain. These damage assessments of the strikes are ongoing, and the officials in Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and Washington acknowledge that Iran may have made good on their recent pledges to divert nuclear equipment and fissile materials away from these known installations. Iran's foreign minister, Abbas Araghchi, wrote to United Nations leaders on May 22 saying Tehran was preparing to do just that. Tehran had been successful over the past 3 decades in shielding some of its nuclear infrastructure and research work from Western spies and the UN's nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency. We are going to work in the coming weeks to ensure that we do something with that fuel. That's one of the things we're going to have conversations with the Iranians about. Vice President J.D. Vance told it, yeah, that's the thing. If there is a ceasefire, there's no way they're doing a ceasefire without instituting, like, checks on the nuclear program. That's for fucking sure. Vice President J.D. Vance told ABC's This Week on Sunday, referring to the whereabouts of Tehran's stockpiles of highly enriched uranium. Current and former U.S. and IAEA officials... Yeah, if they don't, Neighboruni, oh my god, I'm going to be ranting to no end about that. I can promise you that. Current and former U.S. and IAEA officials told the Free Press that Iran's nuclear program very much remains a threat. Even after Saturday night's bombing campaign, they don't discount the possibility that Tehran's theocratic rulers are still seeking to break out, build an atomic weapon. Iranian officials, after the U.S. attack, vowed to continue pursuing the country's nuclear program. It's not the first time our facilities are attacked, spokesman for the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran said. Considering our capabilities, the nuclear industry must continue. You all better be careful about that kind of talk, bro, because that kind of talk will land you in a fucking war. Since Iran began developing the technologies to build nuclear weapons in the late 1990s through a program called the Ahmad Plan, its military and scientific leaders have been in a constant battle to keep their advances secret from prying American and Israeli eyes. This included erasing research sites and attempting to wash away traces of fissile materials located there. This is why few in Washington and Israel were surprised last month when Iranian leaders, in response to Israeli military operations and threats, announced they were preparing to put online a 3rd uranium enrichment site at an undisclosed location. Holy shit. I just remembered I haven't checked the results. Sorry, I'm ADHDing out a little bit, but I haven't checked the primary results. Fucking fuck. What happened? Let's see. Is there any updates? Sorry, it was hella ADHD right in the middle of it. What do we got? Refresh. It won't be until tomorrow. Did they say that already? Oh, fuck me. I'm retarded. That was embarrassing. I've been sitting here all excited. Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Now they're preparing to put online 30 Richard site on undisclosed location, but former IAEA officials told me the strong possibility Tehran has already constructed other small secret sites to enrich uranium stockpiles to replace centrifuge machines at Natanz and Fordo, which appear to have been destroyed. Let's go. I would be surprised, given Iran's past activities, they hadn't planned to construct other enrichment sites. Ali Heinonen, who headed the IAEA's efforts to investigate Iran's nuclear program from 2002 to 2010, told the Free Press it would be assembled in extremely small buildings. Finnish nuclear scientists said such an installation could be a pilot plant with 1,000 advanced centrifuges, which could look like a workshop or a warehouse in any Iranian industrial area. Iran only needs to do minimal work to convert its stockpiles of uranium enriched to 60% purity to 90%, which is weapons grade. Heinonen said other elements of Iran's nuclear program also could be in place and hidden elsewhere. The U.S. and Israel struck the uranium conversion site at Isfahan, in part to eliminate the production lines converting uranium gas into metal. This material can be fabricated to create the core of the nuclear warhead. Bro, all of this talk right now, like, they just got a ceasefire, and the more they talk about this, the more they're going to want to make people go like, you know what, fuck it. We actually do need to go to war. I wouldn't underestimate them. U.S., Israeli, and IAEA officials are expected to continue tracking and hunting these nuclear bureaucrats and administrators for signs of secret sites and continued work, Israel announced last week, and Iran in part confirmed that the IDF and Mossad had killed at least 10 nuclear scientists during their first week of operations in and over Iran. These included individuals believed to have worked on both the Amman plant and offices of SPND, a related nuclear research center. Chief among them were Mohammed Mehdi Tehranchi and Fareydun Abbasi Davani, whom Assad previously sought to assassinate with a car bomb in 2010 in downtown Tehran. The removal of these nuclear weapons experts denies Iran's supreme leader Ali Khamenei both deep knowledge and experience, but Heinonen, Albright, and others who have studied Iran's nuclear weapons research say Tehran has spent decades training a new generation of scientists and bureaucrats to run facilities like Fordo, the Jesse Pinkmans of Iran, if you will, Natanz and Isfahan, and they stressed that many of these individuals remain with their knowledge intact. Heinonen told me he's continued to follow some of Iran's nuclear scientists and academics through their research papers and scholarship. I've seen some of their publications, he said. I know they're working on the nuclear problem. I just don't know where. Okay, shorter Snopes follow-up. And then that's it. After this, no more Iran for the night. For fuck's sake! True. Okay. The exact purpose of the trucks remains unconfirmed. It's just true that this is a picture of the trucks. Like, I didn't disbelieve that. Bringing dirt to the tunnel entrances so they could be block sealed up. So that's what Daniel said. Nuclear experts offer different interpretations of the satellite imagery. Jeffrey Lewis, professor at Middlebury Institute of International Studies, told Snopes via email. The image shows Iran burying the entrances. Most trucks appear to be for that purpose, but other trucks were present. We do not know what those trucks were doing. Visible in another image taken by Airbus. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Way. Moved all salt country highly enriched uranium to secret location. Yeah, why? Here's the thing, like, they are saying that publicly. Why would you say that publicly? Because, like the Iranian regime was saying that publicly. Why would you say that publicly if you just got bombed up the ass specifically because you have enriched uranium? Why wouldn't you keep that to yourself? It's kind of fucking dumb. Hang on, Daniel. Hang on.
How dare you?
Yeah, like, why would you say that? What we don't know, while the satellite imagery documented truck activities, specific purpose remained open to interpretation. Well, if you're standing right in front of him, it's not exactly as if you're, like, hiding away. If I were Iran, I would want to get that shit out secretly and then be like, oh, no, oh, you got me, That's what I would do. The trucks were bringing dirt to steel and tunnel entrances. Oh, I almost dropped my peanuts. Whew. But I got them. But this activity could also have facilitated material removal before the sealing occurred. No independent international organization confirmed that enriched uranium was actually moved or in what quantities. Claims about materials being moved to a secret location provided no details about where such materials might be housed or whether they remained under international monitoring. Statement to the International Atomic Energy Agency Board of Governors in June 23. IAEA Director General Rafael Grossi confirmed that craters are now visible at the Fordo site. Let's go. Iran's main location for enriching uranium at 60%, suggesting the use of ground-penetrating munitions consistent with U.S. assessments. He added that no one, including the IAEA, is in a position to have fully assessed the underground damage at Fordo, given the bomb's explosive payload and the extreme vibration-sensitive nature of centrifuges, he said. Very significant damage is expected to have occurred. Okay. So, all of this is to say, we still don't fucking know! Just like I said at the beginning. No, we still don't know, Neighbor Rooney! We still don't know if it was a failure. It could have been. It might not have been. Okay. But we knew where the enrichment was happening before. If they moved it, then it was a failure. If they're lying about having moved it, then it wasn't a failure. It's pretty simple. Schrodinger's operation is not a successful military. Yeah, but we're looking at a situation where you don't know. It's not because you don't know if it's successful or not. It's literally successful and not successful at the same time. You're right. It's not a successful operation, but it's also not a not successful operation. You don't know. That's why it's Schrodinger's. Hey, Dennis.
Hi.
Hey, bud. How you doing?
Still doing pretty well.
Nice.
Yeah. I was just kind of tired of hearing that over again. That conversation went nowhere.
That's okay. Sometimes conversations go nowhere.
Yeah.
We're doing our puzzles. Okay. Let me focus in.
Log in.
All right, we're locking in. Let's see. I tried my best, bud. I tried my best. No! Where did I fuck up? No, where did I fuck up? Skin? Fuck. Might have fucked myself early, boys. Okay. Buy yourself dinner first. Types of fiction? Yeah, fiction categories! Okay, here we go. We're bringing it back. Bringing it back! Whew. He's fucking with me. It's like the only one that I'm thinking of. It's because I don't know what it is. Types of jeans? Oh. Mom jeans, flare jeans, skinny jeans. Old-fashioned jeans? That's not right, is it? These are bell bottoms.
Bum bums.
Flares are... Fuck me.
Did you just say bum bums?
No, bell bottoms.
that's even worse. What is that?
Type of jeans. A type of jeans, right? Okay, so what about mom jeans, skinny jeans, bell bottoms? Victoria, our flare jeans aren't a thing, right? That's not a thing.
Yeah, no, that's a thing. It was a thing. Yeah.
So, okay, so I've
Flare.
got flare,
So bell
bell.
bottom is like more of a bell, like it's, and flare is just, I don't know how to speak in terms of.
You know what you're saying, but bring back parachute pants.
And then there was also boot cut.
It's a
and then
brand
parachute
Levi's
pants
Old
for-
Fashioned. So which one do I have wrong here? Okay, help me out here. 4 of these have to be connected. I've got type of jeans, right?
What are you doing?
Oh, wait, is mom, so is it Levi's brand? So it's not mom, right? Because there's no Levi's type called mom jeans. So flare jeans, old fashioned, skinny, and bell jeans, right? That's it, right? That's gotta be it, right? I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try it.
Hello, what?
No, Daniel! You fucked me! Now I don't know. Oh no.
Jordan's having an episode of some kind.
Daniel, this is your fault.
Like
No, we're playing Connections. We're playing Connections, a puzzle. Oh no, we're in trouble. Okay, so mom jeans, skinny jeans, flare and old fashioned. And we're not going to do Bell, right? Bell probably is the odd one out. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dump the old fashioned and go mom. No, we already did flare, bell, and skinny and mom. We already did that, Daniel. Oh no. Here we go.
This is why the internet's bad for your health.
Do we pass or do we fail? Do we pass or do we fail? We're all in this together, guys. Like High School Musical. Here we go.
Oh god.
Nope, we lost. We lost. What was it? What was it? I'm going to be so annoyed. I already know. I'm going to be so annoyed with whatever this is. Boyfriend jeans? What? I've never heard of that in my life. Okay, Cosmic, then I'm going to say goodnight to YouTube if we're playing copyrighted content. Good night, YouTube. We love you. You're retarded. Go over to kick. Bye.